Oops, I'm late. If you did see the message, I was... Beidou, quiet, you drunk? Hello. I minimized my chat for some reason, that's a good thing. So, Abyss was solo Aloy. I don't have Aloy. I started playing the game literally a month after Aloy was available for free. Or like, actually not even a month, I think literally 2 weeks or so after Aloy was given out for free. And I had a PlayStation. Is when I started playing the game. So, no Aloy for me. Not that I missed that much, but it would be fun to have her to like make a video on her or whatever, but I can't. So, oh well, loss is a loss, is what it is. It's definitely a weird footnote in Genshin's history, the fact that Aloy is a character in this game. Street lamps turn on, must be a solar eclipse. Anywho's, I'm missing out. Yeah, I know. I would genuinely. I think I would enjoy it. Like Aloy has some interesting mechanics for how I enjoy playing the game. Now, I think I would really actually like having Aloy. She's not great, but she's got some fun stuff, right? And I know from my own like preferences in the game. I don't need characters to be super strong for me to feel like they're fun and that I like using them and like get value out of building them and whatever. So, anywho's, yes, I was late. This is not a new Abyss. I know it's not a new Abyss. It's a Abyss reset. So I don't know. I guess I could change the title to be honest, but a new Abyss. Here, I'll put reset in brackets to fix this. There you go. It now says reset in the stream title. That is a little bit more of an appropriate title. Slightly late because I was. We need to go farm for Yao Yao. I was slightly late because I was responding to a message, which I will not say specifics of, but what it was. I guess I will say it was related to Wuthering Waves. That's what I will say. My current plan is still to make one Wuthering Waves video, which if you're looking for, well, okay, I might also do live stream like first impressions kind of thing. But if you're looking for, if you think it's gonna be something very positive, I know a good enough chunk about the game that I'm pretty confident I will not like the game. Not necessarily on a gameplay level. Like I think they're doing some cool things on a gameplay level, which is good. Like it's not just like a tower fantasy situation, I feel like. But at the same time, it does not do what I think. Like if I have enough experience playing different gotchas now, or seeing different gotchas that I'm getting distracted. It doesn't matter. This point is, don't expect me to be positive about tower fantasy, Wuthering Waves, because I'm pretty not positive about gacha games in general, unless they do some really innovative things, and I don't think Wuthering Waves is. So. Yeah, which, yeah, welcome to my bosses, thanks for joining. Why did I go here? What am I going here for? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I need to go farm Yao. So we're gonna do Abyss, shortly, don't worry. We'll do Abyss on polearm-only too. Funnily enough, by the way, honestly, because of the fact that this Abyss, like, really kind of wants you to have cryo, sorry, not cryo, pyro on both sides, you don't, I mean, you really kind of want cryo on both sides, or pyro on both sides. You don't have to. There's methods around it, right? Fischl's a shield destroying engine, but because of the fact that so often polearm-only with, you know, the 800 polearm pyro 4 stars, just 800 pyro DPSs, the not even pyro DPS, just pyro pliers. Wait, I don't need to do this daily. What am I doing? That it's just like, well, I think this Abyss is easier for polearm-only than it is my main account, which is a rarity, and that's also funny, especially in the context of, you know, the Inquisitive Baptist was the enemy to stop polearm-only before, and now I genuinely feel like right now this current Abyss cycle is easier for my polearm account, and that's ignoring C6 Arlecchino. I want to be clear, like I got ignored the C6 Arlecchino aspect, right? You saw me clear it before. If you saw the video without Arlecchino constellations activated. It was C0 Arlecchino, right? And I cleared it very easily. And I don't know, for this stream I might try to, I'm still going to use Arlecchino, but to clear it once at least, I might try to, this team take care of this? It'll be fine. And I think so this Abyss cycle is harder for this account, genuinely. Not harder. Like, the teams I like playing are less good in this Abyss, is probably the better way to explain it. Because, like, I have so many characters built, it's not like it's hard. In a way that I think most players would like, conceptualize as an Abyss being hard, kind of thing, right? But like, it's just more like brainless in a way. That's probably what I would describe it as. Alright, I think it should be fine with just that. Stand over here. Should be dead, sir, right? Die, please. Die, please. Okay, good. So, yeah, that's 2 max rolls, and with the flat attack roll on attack percent timepiece, it could actually be really good. Will I use that? Probably not, but it exists. So yeah, the situation is Abyss. Well, I go over here and wait for the timer to reset for Yao Yao. We will probably use this team, because why wouldn't I test things more with this team? I'll probably keep Beidou on this build. Actually, I'm going to switch her back to the other flower, I think. Just for, you know, a little... I mean, actually, I really don't know if the damage is much higher in this one. Like, it gets a little bit more EM. And a tiny bit more crit damage. But the 100 loss in attack... Well, I don't know. With Bennett, I guess the 100 loss in attack is probably not that relevant. But, anyways. What did you miss? You missed nothing. So... yeah, this Abyss cycle, what's the blessing actually? When a character receives healing, their attack increases by 50% for 3 seconds. I don't know what I expected the blessing to be. I just assumed it was going to be like a, you know, normal attack blessing because like Wander is on the banner currently or something. But I think because this current Abyss is so bad for Wander, they just gave up on even bothering. Like, they didn't even bother making a blessing that benefits Wander and Arlecchino. Nah, just buff attack when you get healing, and you don't even normally... Like Wander really wants a shielder, so oftentimes you don't... Well, no, you use Bennett, so... I don't know, but you have to take damage to get some healing. So... That's pretty... sad for Wander. That's all I can say. You know, they forgot they're having a Wander rerun. That's an interesting blessing. I like it for not being, you know, hey, just gotta benefit Arlecchino kind of thing, right? Like, instead of just benefiting healers is kind of cool. But yeah, this Abyss cycle, right? Because of these guys don't, you know, can be gotten through with Dendro, but honestly, I think there's more options to deal with these things with Pyro application than there is Dendro application, the Electro Abyss Lectors. And then the Inquisitive Baptist, again, Pyro it has a Cryo Shield and an Electro Shield. Pyro is basically the most universal you can bring for that, and then you just need Hydro to get through the Pyro Shield, right? And Hydro and Pyro is a pretty common combination for teams. So, and then this thing is honestly the most annoying part of this Abyss, in my opinion, as far as like team configuration, because you need another Pyro ideally to deal with this thing's shield in the simplest way. You can do things like bringing Fischl or whatever, but I don't know. It lends me to doing teams that I think are not teams I would normally lean towards using. The team combinations, just because I have to like force in a Pyro unit to like try to get through the shields easier kind of thing. But I have plenty of options for it. It's not like it's hard. It's just that most of the teams on polearms-only that are strong end up naturally including Pyro units to a degree that it's like not that hard. So, anywho's. Yeah, how do we buff Wander? We just don't. True. And the pick has me laughing so hard. Barbara's just stood there. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice the picture with it. That's funny as well. Okay, I guess. Well, first of all, what's the timer at for the I want to finish Yao Yao farming, and then oh, it's already back. All right, I've rambled that long. do this, and then I'll probably do, like, I guess, a run in this to try to get some rewards. Yeah, why not? Why not? I'll let some people join. By the way, I watched the VOD, or not watched the whole VOD or anything, but I watched some of the VOD of the previous stream, so I wanted to see, like, how the quality was with the ultra low latency. And I swear the quality looks better than with the higher latency. And that confuses me, because why? But anyways, it's fine. Just brute force the Baptist with Dendro and Electro. I mean, yeah, you can do that too, I guess, but it's not my preference usually. Yeah, Numa and Oja is a thing. I forget it's a mechanic, to be completely honest. If you didn't make content for Genshin, do you think you would have quit a long time ago? In the first year that I played Genshin, this is while I was making content. I definitely, this was like probably basically the time like right before Dendro released. But to put it simply, I got very like burnt out and like I was not enthused with the game, and you know, I was very tired with the game loop, and I recognized at that point properly how bad it was for me to an extent, right? Dang it. And long and short is I got burned out, right? And I don't think I would have come back to Genshin. And I don't think I would have continued playing through that if I had not, right? If I had not been making content. So, yes. So, it's kind of weird. Oh gosh, I don't have... Oh, frick. Oh, frickles. I'm not getting any energy because it's just whacking the thing. Frick. Can I get energy from you? There we go. Okay. Frick. It's probably still gonna be enough time. Also, oh, of course you deactivated one. Dang it, Yao Yao! Why'd you the? Yeah, I hate how Yao Yao's the worst Dendro unit for this fight. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, like I don't know. Like I probably would not have come back again, right? But maybe I would have, right? Because maybe I would have just heard something about it disconnectedly and be like, oh, that character looks cool. Oh, that new element looks cool. I'll return to Genshin and try again. And if I had returned to Genshin just because, like, I don't know, you know, the combat actually, like, the new element made it, like, seemed interesting enough to come back to the game after leaving, then I'd be like, hey, you know what? Maybe it would have, like, ended up in the same result where I am today, wherein, like, Dendro releasing made me get actually very mechanically interested in the game, right? Like I had motivation to continue learning things about the game, and started enjoying it in a different way that from what I had like originally experienced when playing it, and like from the ways that like a different way that this disconnected from what like made me burnt out in the game in the first place, right? And can you stop with that question, Minty Moons? I don't know why you're asking that question, but you've asked it in multiple streams and I've ignored it for a reason. I don't like I'm fine with asking like people asking weird questions, but like you're asking it in a dumb way that just strikes me as a meme question that isn't actually interesting or fun conversation. You're just trying to attract attention for no reason, it feels like to me. So I don't know. To answer your question, why are you asking that question? There you go. It's dumb, right? Like, I think fun conversations for streams around dumb things like, you know, do you stand or sit when you wipe your butt after going to the bathroom are good conversations. But that question is not that question. So, anywho's. The situation, right, with like that aspect then is like, I don't know, right? Obviously I stuck with playing the game because I was making content on it, but it is also possible I would have like stopped playing, then returned to it after like 3 months when Dendro came out still, and then still ended up in the same state as far as like enjoying Genshin the way I enjoy today. But but then the question becomes like, would I have like come back, taken a break from Genshin, and then would I've continued to like play it as much as I have? Almost assuredly not. I feel like I would almost assuredly barely be logging in if I wasn't at this point, right, in time 2 years later, if I wasn't constantly playing the game. So, or constantly making content for the game, I should say. So anyways, with Hoyo officially announced for Summer Game Fest, do you think we'll get the first Natlan teaser there? When is Summer Game Fest? I would assume, let's see if we get anyone that, like, if I'm on the Rebels again, which I hope I'm actually not on the Rebels. Oh wait, I think red means hunter, right? Oh my god. I can actually potentially win by having control over things and people being dumb and only being hiding. Yes! Alright. You know, I know everyone plays Arlecchino as the hunter. I am going to choose Chevreuse, which is probably also a pretty common choice. But I think it makes sense for the comp to hunt the rebels. So anywho's, actually they have to climb up for that one. Oh, that one's rough for them. So what does this do? Oh, that's just the capture. I'm an idiot. What is that? Was that just supposed to indicate, oh, direction? What? Okay, where'd the other one go? There was another one there. I don't remember where I don't see where they went. Well, I didn't go there. I mean, good on them for actually playing the game. But by the way, the fact that I can see them here is kind of absolute BS. The fact that I can camp them, I'm not going to. It's just rude. But, you know. All these are, oh god, these are so miserable for the rebels, I feel like, to get some of these. Yeah, I'll go get this one. Question is, can I get them from down here? No, I can't. Okay, actually, it's kind of miserable for me, too. Okay, the other one that was going on was over here. You're gonna return to that one. Yeah, this game mode is much better as the hunter, that's for sure. You've already gotten 2, by the way, which means I'm doing a terrible job, which makes sense. Because, like, again, if the freaking rebels are actually doing things, they should absolutely be able to destroy this game mode, is my current feeling. And I don't think it's super well balanced. Really? There's no one there? Okay, yeah. See, they're being smart, right? This is what I was talking about before, where it's like, if there's some amount of basic arts coordination between the rebels and hunters, this is like, also I just realized I was talking about how this is like hard for rebels. No, this is terrible for the hunter, because the hunter has to climb up here after them, and then the freaking rebels can just jump their butt off, right? Like, actually a terrible situation for me. Like, how the actually so no, like, yeah, that reinforces my thoughts from yesterday, where like, this is extraordinarily easy to win if you have any basic arts, like the rebels are actually playing the freaking game mode, not instead of like treating it as Windtrace. Again, they shouldn't have called it Windtrace. This is not Windtrace. This is just bad Dead by Daylight. But you know, well, that was something. Yeah. So my feeling on that is it's boring to play as a rebel and annoying as a rebel when, you know, you get people that think it's Windtrace because whoever's called it Windtrace, and then as a hunter, when rebels are actually playing the game, it's basically impossible. So, you know, like, yeah, why do they have 2 life? Like, I didn't even successfully catch one of them, I think. Like, I feel like there could be some mechanic, like they have 1 life, but they have the ability to get an extra life if I don't know, it'd be a little bit goofy if I did that, but there could be some mechanic to, like, Dead by Daylight does the thing where, like, you carry the bodies around, right? And, like, you can rescue people. Whereas this doesn't have a mechanic for rescuing people, you're just freed again in 20 seconds or something. So, 1 life after fixing the machine, yeah, maybe. So, anywho's, I think that took 3 minutes. We'll do 1 more after this, and then never again. No, well, I'm probably gonna have to do it multiple times to get the primos. Yeah, it's pretty bad, honestly. Like, they took Windtrace, something that was, like, generally fun. Like, I think Windtrace is kind of boring if you don't play it, like, creatively. But, like, Windtrace let you play creatively. This is just a substantially worse version. And for the reason of they're just trying something new, and, like, I'll give them, like, why do I have only 2 characters? I'll give them that they're trying something new, right? But don't call it Windtrace. And, like, it's a bit of a bummer, right, for anyone that does, like, really like Windtrace. That, you know, surprise, this is our Windtrace for the next 6 months, and then you have to wait 6 months if you... Really, why'd you put me up here? What game? Freaking whatever, okay. So, point being, yeah. Garbage. That's all. Anywho's. What did I get for... What are the reward tiers? Okay, the Primo Gem rewards only go up to 4,500 coins, so if you really hate this, you don't have to spend that much time in it, which is good. Did that give me all the rewards? Hopefully it did. Nope. Sad. Okay, well... Actually, I might not do any more Windtrace this stream, and just go do one daily to finish that off. Because, did I see C6 Arlecchino? Not my main account. I believe the stream where I see C6 Arlecchino was quite literally titled I see C6 Arlecchino this stream. And, yep. I got C6 Arlecchino. This is definitely not the ideal team for dealing with a Dendro Cube, I will say that. Alright. Do that. Hopefully you hit that. Yes, good. I should have used Beidou. It should be fine though. Should be fine. Alright, you're dead, sir. You're done, sir. Go away. Cease existence. Good. Alright. Showcase when? I mean, I'll have a pseudo showcase this weekend in the 2 forms where I'm specifically trying to, like, play around abusing our C6. And I also try to get the maximum damage possible. Like, I have a higher, with C6 Arlecchino, I have a higher purveyor. To be clear, I could probably beat it on this account. I just don't bother because I don't really enjoy doing nuke setups that much. The nuke setup for Arlecchino on polearm-only was very easy. It took me literally 1 try and I got like 1.3 million. So I have a higher damage number on purveyor on my polearm account now than I do on my main account. And I think I'll keep it that way because I think that's funny. But it's not really a proper showcase. If you want a more proper showcase of testing everything, go watch that stream. I literally spent like 3 hours that stream going through the different constellations and testing all the different things. That was probably a better showcase and has far more thoughts and different crap about things that would be of interest if you want to see all my experience on that. My general experience from that stream has not changed as far as like what C6 Arlecchino does and whatnot. Who did I do the 800k with? I think that was on a Yelan nuke, Yelan skill damage nuke. It was like over a year ago with vaping Yelan hit against Wander, if I recall. I could be wrong in the exact circumstances, but that's what I recall doing the last time I tried to do some nuke setups. Die, please. Please die. Thank you. There we go. Mission's done. Can you stop draining my health? Thank you, Furina. Where the C6 5-star, you already stopped using her? No. This is a different account. Why are all you this confused about this? How many times during those streams did I say it was polearms only? Polearms only. It was polearms only. Does this account look like a polearm only account to you? Like, you're not a fake fan. I'm just saying, like, I feel like it takes a relatively low level amount of observation I titled every one of the C6 Arlecchino streams to include polearms only in the title, and was only using polearm characters and constantly talking about the context of polearms only in those streams. It's just funny to me. That's why. I've been using Arlecchino, to be clear. I'm just not using her right now in Overworld in this case, because this is a video I'm probably gonna make for this weekend. Is this team? So I've been testing it a little bit. It's just funny. So, anyways, I appreciate it. Not trying to slander you. It's genuinely just like, what else am I supposed to do other than like title the streams and talk about polearms only constantly? No, I was about to condense that. No, bad bearing. Yeah, no, I need to claim my dailies. That's what I came over here for. You just did a bit with Pyrocausal with no Furina. Very nice, very nice.
Thank you for.
Thanks, Lemon. Not an OG to remember when weapons only was at Monster Arcana Quest. Yeah. One thing I was actually talking about, I didn't actually, was going to start talking about with Binge in a message to my Discord server before being on the stream, but I got distracted by other things, was how much weapons only made me feel like, because he mentioned basically how a lot of 4 stars really only feel usable with constellations, and notably with like their Constellation 6 nowadays. And that's not completely the case. It really, like, Yao Yao is not, like, she does, for most accounts. I think she doesn't have a nice, actually, upgrade. Like, I felt the difference in C6 more than I expected on my polearm account, but I think it's like kind of whatever for normal accounts, in my opinion. It's not useless on a normal account. It's just, like, not something that's actually worth going for. But in general, like, yeah, I definitely feel that. But one thing that I was surprised by was, like, how, like, for example, when I've used Fischl on my main account, I've always had C6. And I use Fischl a bunch on weapons only, and weapons only, she was C0. I think, well, she might have had C1 or something randomly, but pretty sure she was C0. And had a really good build on her still. She felt so much worse. like she has less duration uptime, and then doesn't get these additional instances of damage from the coordinated attacks, which I think are triggered by normal attacks specifically. I can't remember if it's a normal attack damage or normal attack animation that triggers her C6, but point is, it makes Fischl feel a lot worse comparatively. So, like, even though Fischl's still really good at C0, right? And Xingqiu was the same situation where, like, Xingqiu's a good character at C0, but, like, to the standards of what is necessary for, like, clearing Abyss nowadays, he feels kind of crap at C0 in my mind. Like, I think C2 is kind of necessary for him to feel properly good, in my mind. Like, this duration extension is kind of makes it feel a bit different, and I don't know, right? Like, it's weird how much I felt. Even the early, like, Sucrose is not, it's nice having her C1 or whatever, but how I really heavily felt how much 4 stars needed constellations on weapons only, both newer ones and older ones. And I don't know, it gives me a heavy appreciation for, you know, them releasing a character like Chevreuse, who is, by some miracle, a new 4-star that, while yes, does gain, you know, meaningful value from some constellations, none of these are necessary for the core of what, like, the most important thing she does, right? That's what I've always said about Chevreuse. The most important things Chevreuse enables, she enables at C0, right? And she just has some, like, nice bonus constellations, like a bunch of additional pyro application with C4, and also potentially the DPS or more defensive utility and damage bonus at C6, blah blah blah. So, are you sponsored by Mihoyo like other Genshin creators? Not really. I have a partnership through Yomiholic, which they, in general, have not really restricted me from doing anything. It's more just like, hey, smaller Genshin creator, we see that you're making Genshin videos. Would you like money for making Genshin videos? I'm like when that came around, I was like, what the F? What am I doing? What the F do you mean? Why would you pay me money for doing nothing other than just continuing doing what I'm already doing? And they're like, oh, that's all we want. You're still free to make other content. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll try it out. It's only like a 3-month agreement anyways. It renews every 3 months, right? And Like if I choose to, I don't have to, right? It's so it's literally just like, you know, continue making Genshin content and we will give you a bunch of money. So, and that money is through a third-party company, right? A third-party agency that is, I presumably being contracted out by Hoyoverse, right? So I don't have direct payments from Ohio or anything. Like, and there are creators that definitely do to get direct payments from Hoyoverse. I know for a fact that Hoyoverse like directly pays some creators very large amounts of money to create guides, for example. And so like no, basically, and they generally speaking basically asked me to do nothing, nothing additional that I wouldn't have already done. The main exceptions, like most recently, if you saw that stream where I reacted to the Genshin animators thing, they asked me to make a video about that. I should use this. They asked me to make a video about that. And this is probably not worth the time. And that I think was genuinely enjoyable, right? And like very, very minor things. And they've asked me to like, you know, do a tweet. Like if you saw a tweet, like I retweeted it, like a stupid like fast food restaurant. I don't even remember who it was. Some fast food restaurant like tweeted about Genshin or something in the past. It's probably over a year ago. And they're like, can you please retweet this tweet? I'm just like, I don't even use Twitter. Like, I don't even have followers on it. I technically have it, but and it's technically linked on my YouTube channel. So I guess? But like, why? Uh-oh. Oops. And, yeah, really minor dumb things, right, that they've asked me to do. With the exception of one thing recently, which, you know, has made me consider ceasing the partnership, but it's a lot of money. And they've been very nice to work with thus far. Like, they haven't restricted anything I could say. I mean, technically the agreement does say I'm not supposed to say certain things, but it's like things I wouldn't say anyways, basically, personally. But, you know, for the amount of money they're paying, honestly, it makes sense. Oops. Do. No, frick. Oh, good, I got it, good. Okay. Alright, that should get it. But yeah, so, I don't know. They are the difference maker in me being able to, like, justify the amount of time I spend making a lot of this content that I do, right? And I guess I need to use a fragile resin today, by the way, because I want to get Yao Yao to her next ascension, at least all the resources. And because I need this standard wish. Also, apparently, I need Geo and chilies. Wonderful. All right. Well, Geo and chilies should be very easy. All right, we'll go to the Abyss very shortly. Well, actually, no. We'll go to the... I wanted to get Yao Yao ascended for the Abyss, though, is why. That's the reason I'm doing this. So, yeah, we'll frick. I wish I didn't go get chilies, but I guess I'm getting chili peppers. I'm sorry. I think there are a whole bunch of chili peppers, like, here. And then, if I recall, there's, like, 9... Let's go here first. And there's, like, 9 chili peppers here. And then there's, like, 30... between the one village and the other area. So, anywho's, certain unofficial things, yeah. I mean, like, one thing that's funny, like, technically is in their agreement is, like, leaks. I'm not technically supposed to talk about leaks, I think. But it's also not something they can enforce, as far as I can tell. Because, like, it's basically an agreement, like, I'm not supposed to share leaks, as far as I can tell. But also, like one of the funny thing is, I'm not gonna name them, but there is a notable, like a relatively well-known Genshin creator that is in the Yomi Holic program, and they don't actually post that they're like I say publicly, what is this divot here? I publicly say that I am in the Yomi Holic program because I think there is value in being transparent about that kind of thing. And This creator does not. So I'm not gonna throw them under the bus and say that. But they are part of the reason I am comfortable talking about leaks while being part of this program. And because I very passively talk about it just as like something I'm observing for like the future of Genshin, I think it's relevant to talk about. I think it's kind of crazy to play this game to any meaningful degree long term and not look at leaks, at least character kit leaks, right? Because you gotta like look at character kit leaks to like plan how you want to do things today, right? Otherwise you're just forever stuck in the cycle that they want you to be stuck in, and that it just ugh. I genuinely think like you kind of, if you want to healthily play this game, you kind of have to look at character kit leaks at least, and keep semi up to date with that if you're playing this on a recurring basis. I think this is not the direction I wanted to go. I think I needed to go up here, so I need to go back. And anyways, so this creator is part of Yomiholic. I know that, and they make a lot of content that goes pretty in depth on characters and stuff, like upcoming content for Genshin that is stuff we know from like Genshin beta, right? And in fact, they make videos that, in my opinion, sometimes are kind of dumb to make, because they make them at like early points in the beta, for example, which is like fair because there's people that have questions about like how the character's kit functions early on the beta, but that in my opinion, like I didn't like talk about Arlecchino's kit like publicly in any specifics right after like the beta started, because it was the start of the beta, and like lo and behold, Arlecchino ended up being one of the characters that got meaningful changes in their kit during the beta. So like that significantly changes what you say in one video or another, and I don't like the idea of making those kinds of videos that end up having like thoughts that are very off base of what the character's kit actually ends up being like. And this creator is doing videos like that. They're making videos like early on into a beta cycle about upcoming content, right? 6 weeks before it's basically released, a month at minimum, right? And they're doing things that I personally wouldn't do, that absolutely breach the agreement. And they are advertised this way too. Like they are advertised as like, analyzing Arlecchino's kit before her release kind of thing. And like outright blatant, they're just completely making content that breaches the agreement that Yomiholic has with Genshin creators. And they're still in the program. So I'm just like, okay, if this dude can make this hardcore of like content going this in depth about leaks, I'm pretty sure I'm safe to just casually talk about things like yesterday's stream where I talked about like the leak. Functionally, I was just talking about the leak of level 100 characters and talking about the potential ramifications of that, regardless of whether it ends up being the case or not, right? And hey, look, that was already enough. Nice. Didn't you have to go to the village? And that's kind of like what I'm operating under, right? If someone else can go far harder into functionally making leak content and be in the program, and I can just that I think I'm safe to just talk about things in live streams kind of thing, right? I don't make edited videos on leaked content because I think I just don't have a reason to. There's not much for me to say most of the time. I think one of this exception, there is an exception sometimes, like genuinely the stuff I talked about previous video is I think worthy of like trying to condense down, like make an edited scripted video for potentially, just on the level of like it's interesting to think about what the ramifications of a level 100 increase in the character level cap would be, outside of the context of it being a leak, right? So I could format videos in that way, but most of the time I don't bother, because even if oftentimes Genshin doesn't change that much in beta cycles, like Clorin, for example, like the current beta cycle for like the character kits specifically has not gotten that meaningful of changes, and I don't suspect there will be meaningful changes between release and now, but it is still something that I err on the side of, like, I'll talk more in depth about Chlorinde or whatever and my thoughts on her the week before release kind of thing. Oops. Oh, and I just, oh my god. Good job, Brain. Good job, Brain. Good job, Brain. Suppose it because it brings enough use to Genshin, so they turn a blind eye. Yeah, I think that's fundamentally what they care about more than anything else. As long as you're not doing anything that they see as like act. Oh god. I should be able to kill him this time. Right. Yeah. Okay. As long as they're not doing anything that's like whatever they view as actively bad to their business model, which I think, you know, just because I don't think they view general character like discussion about things leak-wise as bad to their business model, but they definitely don't like, you know, people showing things as far as lease goes, right? Like you show any visual of anything in beta that is not in release, they are not happy. Is my general understanding. No. I think no. That's all there is to that. Alright. If we can finally ascend Yao Yao and finally go to this freaking Abyss. I'm gonna spend more time this stream leveling up Yao Yao than I am gonna spend in Abyss. Chlorinde is strong Kaching, probably. Yeah, but I'd rather build Kaching, to be completely honest. I think Kaching has a more interesting playstyle. Chlorinde is a lot more flashy, to be clear. I think most players would probably like Chlorinde more than Kaching. But particularly factoring in my constellations, right? Like, unironically, my current opinion on Chlorinde, why did I go here? Is I'd rather lose the 50-50 for her. This is assuming Sethos is on her banner. I will make a video wishing on her banner if Sethos is on the banner. Sethos is not as good as Chlorinde. I want to emphasize that. But I know I would enjoy him more, and notably enjoy him more with constellations. So I don't know, right? It's kind of weird. Okay, so get that. How much does it take to take you to? I don't even have enough. Okay, well we're not. Yeah. Okay, so you are now 70. I think you should heal notably a bit better, and 205 ER is hopefully enough. It might not be enough, to be honest. But if I have to, I'll change artifacts around. I can steal some from Beidou or Dendro Travel or whatever, and it will be fine. So yeah, I don't know. Kaching has like interesting kind of fun gameplay, and the recent changes to Chlorinde reducing her uptime puts her even closer to Kaching's performance in general. And like, I don't know, as far as Electro on-field DPSs go, what she has over Kaching is that she's more flashy. She'll probably feel a little bit better to play. She's a little bit better with different artifact sets compared to Kaching. And, oh, and she's very easy to build. Like Kaching, for example, you know, most people treat her as getting a 15% free crit rate from this ability, from this passive. Chlorinde just gets like 40% free crit rate. So Chlorinde is genuinely like level to 90, put a crit damage circle on her. Hopefully have a little bit of, you know, crit damage, EM, attack percent, substats. Attack percent is not that relevant. And she fine. Right? And like, yeah. So ease of build is a nice aspect to her, but like, man, when I already have C5 Kaching, I have not properly calced out or anything. I would not be surprised if, you know, a C5 Kaching or C6 Kaching is better than a C0 Chlorinde, right? And when you're like me and you've played the game as long as I have, you know, you played the game for 2-3 years at this point, it's very likely you might have high constellation Kaching. So it makes that comparison even worse, right? And that I'm not even confident she's better than Kaching when you factor in constellations. Even though Kaching's constellations aren't that insane, they're not bad, right? Like, this is just a straight damage increase. This is just, you know, whatever. So, I think C6 is probably her most notable damage increase, other than, I mean, this is additional instances of application and damage. I'm not sure how much a damage increase this is. Go look up KQM stuff on Kaching if you actually want to know. This I assume is pretty okay. And then C6 is a bunch of damage bonus. I think 3 stacks of 6% damage bonus, which is not that much actually. This is only right, normal attacks, charge attacks, elemental skills, and bursts. Oh no, sorry, it's 4 stacks. You can get 4 instances of 6%, so that's 30 or 24% electro damage bonus, which is not that much. But she's also a crit damage ascending character, so which is pretty good, and has a bit of free crit rate. And I don't know, she has short cooldown, movement abilities. I don't know. I really like Kaching, honestly, in the current state of the game. And Chlorand being slightly different Kaching, it's not that interesting to me. So, besides Yai, I mean, now that I have hybrid Raiden, I really like Raiden. Raiden's kit feels properly well-rounded with how I use her nowadays. With my goofy arse build, right? So, probably Raiden, and I think having some amount of off-field Electro is very relevant in the character's kit, in Electro character's kit nowadays. So, and by the way, if we're comparing Chlorand to like a C0 Raiden, I don't think C0 Raiden is very good on like a generalized basis. I started to like C0 Raiden when I started to do goofy things with this weapon, right, with my hybrid stuff, but I'm just evaluating for most players in like a normal context. C0 Raiden, I don't really like that much. And Chlorand is, before her nerf, was slightly better than C0 Raiden as far as on-field damage goes, and doesn't have the off-field utility, right? Like, she was not as versatile as Raiden. When Chlorand was doing more damage than the C0 Raiden, she was still not anywhere near as versatile as Raiden, because she doesn't do any off-field. And she doesn't have like the infusion uptime, nice versatility, flexibility that like Arlecchino has. So like there's basically very little that I think mechanically sets Chlorand apart. So, anywho's, let's. Did I finish? I did finish, right? Oh wait, I forgot talents. Oh frick! Oh, I don't have any. Well, never mind. We can't. Okay. So, all right. Well, I'll level up Yayo's talents tomorrow, I think. What about the new 4-star Sethos? I mean, I'm gonna have to play him to see if I actually like him, but based on the fact that he has his weird modal playstyle, and my understanding is I'm not sure that his charge attack playstyle with low constellations is better. Like just where you stand still and do his reduced charge attack, because he doesn't get very many out. I only think he gets like 4. And I think he can probably apply more Electro, like, per amount of time frame, just to his burst playstyle with lower constellation, but his C6 enables, like, a weird dual playstyle with doing both, I think. So Sethos looks genuinely interesting with this weird modal playstyle. He's probably not going to be that good, because 4-star DPS in particular, at least in the current day. But he's interesting, and I like the things they're doing, the ideas in his kit, basically. It makes him interesting to think about using, even if he's not going to be that good. So, anywho's, no, Sethos is not a polearm. He is a bow. Okay, so we're going to use the Beidou team, right? Who do I want to use? I guess I'll use Arlecchino, of course. Because I like Arlecchino. And she's new. And she's fun to play. As far as, like, I think someone asked before, Chlorand is that broken? What do you mean Chlorand? Sorry, I'm just scanning through chat. In what context are you referring to? What did I say that made you think Chlorand is that broken? If it was in the context of she was 6% better than C0 Raiden, that was not a compliment. That was not me saying she was good. It was me saying she was fine. Raiden is a far better character at C0 than Chlorand. A far more useful character. She has far more context in which she can be used. Chlorand has less context in which she would be used. I think the average player probably would get more value out of a C0, like initial enjoyment at least. And ease of building wise, in particular, like Raiden's a way harder character to build, in her normal context or non-normal context, ignoring hyperloom, right? But as far as crit DPS versus crit DPS goes, though, right? As far as on-field damage dealing playstyle, Raiden is not. It was slightly worse than Chlorand. But Chlorand does not have anywhere near the off-field utility, does not have the energy refunding aspects that Raiden has, right? But she is easier to build and flashy, but also Raiden's flashy in her own way, so it's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Want to review my free-to-play account? My version of account reviews is account fixing things. So anyways, the Beidou. Wait, did I figure out the rotation? Actually, no, I didn't really figure out the rotation yesterday because I wasn't sure whether, I still am not sure whether or not I want to like start with Beidou EQ or not. She has a 15-second duration on her burst. I think it makes sense to start with Beidou EQ, probably, because it does stuff off field, right? So like you start with Beidou EQ, go into like Furina, like it means Beidou is starting to do some amount of damage while you are like setting up your other characters. I think it makes sense. But anywho's, we'll do my Chevreuse team that I'm enjoying with Arlecchino. So, anywho's, additional thought about the content fixing. Why not make it an account review where you give the player advice, task, come back after a week or something? Yes, I probably should. The reason it's not is because the way I tend to work on videos tend to be like a week by week basis. So, the reason some of those account fixing videos are the way they are, most of them are the way they are, is because it's like, I would contact that person, schedule a time to like log on to their account that was okay with them, spend a good chunk of hours in their account going over stuff, and then probably on a separate day do more on their account or do whatever else with them that I felt wasn't relevant. Like in the context of the previous one, it was across 2 different days, and like they didn't have any resources or whatever. But yes, I do agree though, and on a conceptual basis, it does make more sense to like have a portion in the video that returns to the account. I think it would actually be better to like return a month later, but then like I gotta be so much better at planning out these videos. But that's why like I didn't actually send contact anyone yesterday, but again, I'm probably gonna spend a whole bunch of time going through all of my submissions and contacting a bunch of people, because okay, this is a situation where this team is just gonna feel clunky. Should just use Cosmo to wipe through the early force, to be honest. But anyways, yeah, as far as the account fixing stuff goes, it's like, yeah, I definitely think there's a better, like, a longer term perspective way to do it, as you mentioned, like, particularly in the sense of like, yeah, do that, give them the advice, and then return to it a month later and see where they're at. I do like that idea more. It just takes so much more planning to make that in that way, and particularly if I want to continue with trying to like I'd like to try to get to the point of doing these videos, having a workflow where I can do these videos once every 2 weeks, and that makes it even harder to plan if I'm trying to coordinate constantly returning to these a month after and then figuring out when I want to upload them based on when I'm recording them, and keeping all those files organized in the meantime of making any other videos. And it's like, oh boy, like it's just a lot more complicated to make videos in that way versus how I currently do, and that's it, right? So to a degree, it's you could say it's a side effect of laziness, but I'd consider it just a side effect of my current workflow, right? But anywho's, Hyperburgeon, this team, I mean, yeah, I guess you could call it Hyperburgeon. For me, the concept of this team is just trying to find an interesting way to on-field Beidou, since she's normally a character relegated to off-field. But really. Yeah, this is... Man, why is floor 9 just an annoyance if you don't... It's not like it's hard. Floor 9 is just an annoyance, though, if you don't have console. Or you don't have just normal crit DPS. Like, stop interrupting me. You don't just have stupid baloney. like you know, Arlecchino pile driving through everything, like, clicking one button. So I don't know. Anywho's, but this floor makes that team look so much worse than it actually is. Finally got your bars on C6. Very nice, very nice. Congrats. You will probably feel a very noticeable difference. Now.
Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Yeah, so for anyone that wasn't watching yesterday, well, I guess I'll talk, never mind. I'll talk about the team once I get in the next chamber. I mean, this is just a note for the team. Continue. So, isn't Xingqiu instead of Bennett a no-no in this Beidou team? I mean, I think it'd be more worth considering replacing Furina. The way this team works, for anyone that's not aware, I can't go to the constellation. No, I can't. That's annoying as frick. So Beidou has a C4 that when she is hit, or I think the specific phrasing is when Beidou is attacked, which is really funny. So when Beidou is attacked, which is intended like when you're doing like her parry stuff, right? She gets an additional instance of electro damage on her normal attacks. Now it's an additional instance. That is not an infusion, right? She is still doing physical damage with her normal attacks, but she is gaining that electro application from her normal attacks on top, right? And it's a small multiplier, but a small multiplier that can, you know, trigger aggravate. It can trigger electro charge. It can trigger overloads, right? So it can trigger a bunch of additional transformative reactions. And then because she's still doing, you know, physical damage with her melee attacks, she has the same thing as Razor, wherein like you can have that electro damage happening while giving her a pyro infusion, so you can have pyro damage from her normal attacks and electro damage from her normal attacks at the same time. But unlike Razor, she actually does things off field, right? Which makes her, and there are good reasons to level up Beidou in general outside of the context of this silly interaction with Yao Yao. Yeah, so basically Beidou C4, if you want that additional electro application on her normal attacks, to trigger that consistently, you have to either get hit by enemies, which, depending on the enemy, could be something you could consistently get. But if you want to, without having to rely on the enemy, Yao Yao, for some reason, Yao Yao's radishes from Uruguay, when they hit, and they have a little bit of AoE on them, so you just need to like make sure you're near an enemy to make sure you're always triggering it. They trigger her C4. Like, they count, Beidou gets attacked by Uruguay. And you can get that additional electro application. And then the idea is, oh, okay, well, if I'm using Yao Yao to trigger her C4, Yao Yao is a really good healer. She's literally the best healer in the game. Just has the requirement of being on-fielded. Well, then Furina exists as a big damage buffer and does Hydra application and undoing the C6 Bennett shenanigans. So take advantage of the damage bonus by like speccing her into a crit a little bit, right? So I can get some meaningful crit damage and some significant transformative reaction damage all at the same time. I think it's really fun. It's a little bit variable in its performance, I'd say. But I think that, oh my god, can you not? I think that just makes it more engaging to play, personally. And it feels like there's a nice amount of optimization to be had. Okay. I was trying to see how much Yao Yao was. Oh my god, I just did nothing with that skill. Trying to see how much Yao Yao healed there. Really? See? All the reactions. Of course, it has some circle impact problems, but that's just Bennett. Alright, can you heal Furina to full easily? Yeah, you can. Okay. And obviously you can trigger Hyper Bloom still whenever you use Beidou's skill in particular. Beidou's burst doesn't usually hit Hyper Blooms, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. 55k normal attack without buff. I mean, I think Arlecchino did have a buff going on there. Like, I had triggered overload, so there was the red shred going on at minimum. Also, I do have C1 now, because if you didn't see my Candace video, I made a joke that like I basically played really badly and got interrupted a ton in my Arlecchino Candace video, but it's fine because like just typical. I think it's more accurate to show on optimal play most of the time when talking about a team. But I basically just was like, wow, I need C1 Arlecchino clearly because I'm just bad, right? And then I did a 10 pull and got C1 Arlecchino. So so that is a little bit of a damage increase so I'm probably getting like 20% higher normal attack damage, at least in the initial big hits. The value of C1's damage increase for Arlecchino goes down the longer Arlecchino's unfielded to a degree that it's like a very minor damage increase towards the end of a rotation. So C1 basically makes it so Arlecchino's damage is even more front loaded, right? Let's try. We'll use Arlecchino against the mess enemies here. Beidou, Furina, Yao Yao. Main reason to level Yao Yao to level 80 is so she appears higher in this list. Arlecchino will get nerfed? No. If you heard anything about Arlecchino getting nerfed, is misinformation. They changed it so the cooldown on her particle generation was changed from 0.5 seconds to 1.5 seconds. Her burst, but the times when you use her skill twice in a row are when you're using her burst to reset her skill. So you're doing E, Q, E, right? That's the only time where you're concerned with that particle cooldown. Her burst animation lasts more than 1.5 seconds. So she still gets all the particles. It does not functionally do anything. The only thing it functionally would affect is if like they add a sacrificial polearm in the game, or is if there is wink wink, new endgame combat mode that has, buffs that might let you use skills multiple times directly after each other. That's the actual reason for the change. So no, Arlecchino did not get nerfed. What do you think about the Pyro Dragon Sovereign? Is it true or just people yapping? What do you mean? I haven't heard anything about it. If it's story leaks, I don't really want to hear it, to be honest. I prefer not getting story leaks. If you're talking about just like, is there a newbie-let situation or whatever for a Pyro DPS in Natlan? I don't know. I could see it. Like we already know that there's dragons in Natlan, and we got a dragon. We got one of the elemental dragons in. God, I did a nice 50k hit there. Didn't crit, sad. So I think it would be a little bit weird not to get one of the elemental dragons in Natlan, being what they've implied before and being what we had in Fontaine. Oh, the mounts. If you're talking about the mounts, I don't know. I sincerely hope it's not a Fontaine water situation wherein like no other area in the game is gonna let you go underwater. Like I had a moment actually when I was off camera when I was grinding for C6 Arlecchino. I did a little bit of stuff in Sumeru, like on my polearm account and on my main account. You can see I never did this section here. This section has like an underwater section where like you can see all the stuff underwater before it drains, and like my brain when I went there initially was like, why the f I dive there? I can see stuff under the water. Like I can see a waypoint underwater that I can go get. I was like, wait, you can't dive underwater in Sumeru. Like it actually feels really dumb that they don't allow you to dive in those areas in hindsight, because they put things underwater. Like I feel like I should be able to dive now. And so I sincerely hope it's not a situation of, if there are mounts, I hope it is not a situation of you can only use mounts. That is a pyro thing. In Natlan. That is my hope. But it sounds like a really cool idea. I hope they do it. This game, in my opinion, needs more options for movement things that are movement abilities in overworld that are not tied to, pulling a 5-star character. Is Chevreuse still good to build at C0? Yes. The damage performance you're seeing here from my Chevreuse is basically the same as a C0 Chevreuse, with the exception of if I use Chevreuse on floor 12, I might abuse Chevreuse's C4 to get through like the shield on the pyro lectors or whatever. Or sorry, the electro lectors. But yes, Chevreuse, like for the damage you're seeing from my Arlecchino here, if everything else was the same, Arlecchino would be doing the same damage with a C0 versus a C4, my C4 Chevreuse. I don't have C6 Chevreuse. So, yeah. Yes, basically. And she's also extraordinarily easy to build. Like, get her to level 70 and put some HP on her, and ER if you're using Noblesse. If you're not using Noblesse, you don't have to worry about ER. Okay, I hate these enemies getting knocked back so much. Yes, I should be like probably using Yao Yao every rotation, by the way, I understand. I just haven't bothered with these easy floors. Why, can you, like, really? Yeah, you really have to play this team, right, to be able to actually see value out of the things going on. There we go. Is C6 Chev useless for Arlo? No. Why would you think that? C6 Chevreuse is pretty good for Arlecchino. In fact, I think, like, I talked before how I think, having used C6 Chevreuse quite a bit on polearms-only, I think and having used non-C6 Chevreuse on this account, C6 Chevreuse situationally is not even useful. Like, if you're doing Raiden on field with Chevreuse, her C6 is not really that useful as far as the damage value, unless you go to Raiden and do nothing on Raiden for like 4 seconds to build up the damage bonus, which is not worth it. So it does much less for Raiden than it does for someone like Arlecchino as far as the damage bonus goes. And what I've noticed more consistently, though, is like Chevreuse teams do have a problem sometimes of like being able to, like, Chevreuse is a single target healer, but oftentimes she doesn't heal insane. Like my Chevreuse on this account heals about 2,500 per tick. This is with an HP build, this is just with an HP maximum buffing build, not like a healing focus build. And with 2,500 HP per tick only to the active character, when you're like on fielding someone like Arlecchino, that's a little bit of a problem as far as like keeping your other teammates alive sometimes, right? Like it can sometimes be a bit hard to keep Fischl and Yai alive if I accidentally just let them get whacked by a big hit while I have them on field for a few seconds, right? And C6 Chevreuse fixes that. So like I honestly think one of the more valuable aspects of C6 Chevreuse is making her a lot better of a defensive unit. I think I do want to level up, well, I mean, yes, of course I need to level up Yao Yao's talent a little bit more. That's probably the main thing, but I'll level up Yao Yao's talent a little bit more, and then I'll figure out if I want to level her to 80. I want her to heal a little bit faster than that, because I want to spend as little time on field Yao Yao as possible. Stalling because you're edging me. Did I stall? Did I not finish what I was saying? What did I not finish what I was saying? Is floor 11 different? No, floor 11 is the same. Oh yeah, floor 11 has all this mess. I mean, that's chamber 2, doesn't matter. So yeah, really the only concern is this chamber. I forgot which one's the problematic chamber. I think it's the first one, or both of them annoying for chamber 1, for the monolith. I don't remember. Well, I'll bring Pyro to the first side, I guess. Arlecchino. I think that was the harder one. I could just bring Kazuha and wipe through this chamber, this floor, to be clear. But boring. Beidou. Furina. Bennett. No. Yao Yao first. Bennett. Arlecchino's insane. I mean, yes, this is a, for reference, this is a top 1% Arlecchino for Overload. so you know, and the C1 helps a bit, to be clear, but this is also, you know, technically an unoptimal Overload Arlecchino team, because normally most people would play Bennett with her. With Bennett, I think I can easily get in the 100-ish K range for her normal attacks damage. So, you know, equivalent build with C0, whatever, still performs very, very well in this team. Who can I swap for Yai? I mean, realistically, Bennett. Bennett, even with circle impact awkwardness. Don't you do it. Dang it. Bennett, even with circle impact awkwardness, is a pretty good teammate.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
I didn't need to do that. Actually, I should be doing that. I forgot I have no bless on, on her. I don't know why that was 100k there. I feel like... Yeah, so the exact numbers you would see from a C0 Arlecchino with this equivalent build would be a bit less, to be clear, in this exact team. But I could easily get those same numbers with a C0 Arlecchino with Bennett, right? Do I think my Nilou was worth the primos? I mean, for how much I've used her in the long term, no. Oh, this chamber is gonna be freaking annoying. Really? What? Oh, he's dead. Okay. Okay. Surely they don't. Surely. We're fine. Oh, didn't mean to start charge there. Also, I'm doing burgeon damage to the monolith, I think, which is not ideal. No! I think the burgeon damage causes it to go under 60%. Oops. I could have just ran away from... I don't know if he was targeting me or the monolith, but he might have been targeting me, and I think I could have solved that problem by just running away from the monolith. It went to freaking 59%. Dang it. Oh my god. Yeah, Nilou, like, it's interesting. I am basically never inclined to use Nilou anymore. I just have enough other teams that I'm interested in playing often enough that I just don't care. So, yeah, in that sense, no. The part of her problem is all Nilou teams mostly play the same way, with the main difference being you can like have some team variations focus a little bit, diversify in a little bit more my favorite variations are like not Nubilet, no, not even Furina usually, but I don't know, triple Hydra variations with one Dendra unit. These are the most fragile variations, but I find them the most enjoyable as far as like diversifying the team's damage, and so there is some nuance, I think, that in like how you diversify the team's damage, not just like focusing on the bloom damage, but it just gets boring. Like, she gets boring in the same way that Nubilet gets boring to me, right? But it's not like she's a bad character or anything. So, anyways, we can do this properly. Let's try this again. There we go. And do you wait? Where's okay? There. Okay. If you're open to discuss leaks, what are your thoughts on Chlorine's current beta state? Does less damage than a C6 Dory at equivalent investment levels? What person is saying they do less damage than a C6 Dory? Are they talking about like plunge Dory or something? Because like that's just a side effect of them purposely putting in anti-plunge synergy to her kit, which they kind of have to do. Like, yeah, I don't know. They've created a weird problem for themselves, in like I feel like they kind of have to put anti-plunge synergy in some contexts, to not just like if Chlorand had plunge synergy, Chlorand plunge might be better than normal Chlorand. So that might be the context that someone's comparing C6 Dory to Chlorand to. I imagine. But if you're not doing plunge Dory, I don't think that is the case, right? And it's not exactly fair to Chlorand if you're comparing like Chlorand teams to Cloud Retainer teams, in my mind. I put this team on a whoops, whatever. I did the different sides this time. Whatever. I guess it's fine. Was not my intention. It'll probably be fine, I think. So is Coppelius on this chamber on this side? Oh frick. We'll see how that goes. You. Why are you over here, dude? No, get away. Why are you alive, though? Slam. Alright. Okay, good. Coppelius is not on floor 11. Okay, good, good. Not even plunge Dory on field normal attack spam? Really? I mean, if that is the case, if it is on field normal attack spam Dory, that just makes me more impressed with Dory C6 than anything. Like, I've never looked at proper calcs for Dory C6. Or like a crit DPS playstyle, I mean. So, that just makes Dory C6 more interesting to me, less than making Chlorand less interesting. I don't know. Chlorand to me is her flashiness and the feel of her playstyle, which is the most unique aspect to her. Like that semi-modal playstyle with like range. I don't know. It's not really range damage though. It's pretty close range, but I don't know. I think she will feel notably different than a lot of characters in the game, right? And that's I think an important distinction, because like how a character feels to play does affect their like people's perception of them. Really appreciate it if you got knocked away. Alright, we're fine. We're fine. She's hot. People will pull for her. Well, yeah, exactly. So, like... man. I don't know. The Chlorand is definitely a character, I would say, that, like, pull for her if you really like her, for whatever reason, right? I don't think it will be hard to get some value out of her. And a C0 Chlorand, as far as comparing her to C6 Dory goes, a C0 Chlorand is more accessible than a C6 Dory. So... like, it is easier for me to acquire a C6 or a C0 Chlorand than it is for me to acquire a C6 Dory, right? So, I think that's fine, honestly. As far as Dory's performance goes. But yeah, I don't know. As far as like why the heck did they feel the need to like nerf Chlorand, like Chlorand's uptime is quite confusing to me. That I will continue to be confused by. I should have definitely had Beidou burst going in this, by the way. When I'm bursting at Yao Yao, I definitely need to have Beidou burst going. Nice 27k normal attack there. This is a weird chamber. I have bungled up any semblance of a real rotation here, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll get through it. Die, please. Okay. There we go. We'll start with this one. Dash. There we go. Getting knocked back slightly less, dude. There we go. There we go. I've been loving C0 Furina. Heard that C2 is one of the best cons in the game. As someone who thinks that anyone who doesn't play Furina with like 200 plus ER is kind of griefing themselves. The most notable thing C2 Furina does is it enables you to use less optimal healers, right? And like C2 Furina basically works with any healer in the game without having to think about it. So for example, I wouldn't like I do have C2 Furina, but I'm still using Yao Yao in the context of that Beidou team, and I will be trying to like make sure I use Yao Yao properly, because Yao Yao can definitely enable getting like max damage bonus with a non C2 Furina. But like if I'm basically never using Yao Yao and only relying on Bennett's on-field healing and not trying to even like swap out and take advantage of Bennett and like not putting Bennett on maidens or whatever, I like that Beidou team with a non-C2 Furina has a situation where like 3 of the 4 teammates would constantly be at 50% health, and Beidou would be the one like at full health usually. And that with a non-C2 Furina would probably not be enough to get max damage stacks, right? Whereas it is enough to get max damage stacks with a C2 Furina. So like that Beidou team is a situation where C2 Furina can be relevant, but it's also still simultaneously irrelevant if I'm just using Yao Yao, right? And that's what I try to like show in my videos most of the time. Like it is a fun constellation to have when you're trying to abuse it, and can make her have more options for healers. But as far as like the damage increase goes for Furina, it's not that relevant. Like Furina's a support, and like not that there's context where Furina can't do a ton of damage, but it's not usually the majority of your team's damage, right? Furina is not doing, compared to like an Arlecchino team, especially like if in the Bennett official Chevreuse variation of this team, you know, Arlecchino is doing the vast majority of the damage in this team. And with my Yai Miko official setup, the damage is a bit more diversified, but you know, Arlecchino is doing a very large percent of the damage, right? I don't know why I did that. And getting a constellation of Arlecchino that increases Arlecchino's damage by 20% can be a significant team DPS upgrade when Arlecchino is doing 80% of the team DPS, right? A 20% upgrade to 80% of the team DPS is, you know, like getting close to it, like a 15 to 20% team DPS upgrade, basically, since the team is very reliant on Arlecchino's DPS. Whereas something like Furina C2, if your main motivation, this is in the context, if your main motivation is wanting Furina C2 for the damage increase for Furina, yeah, it might be like a 20% upgrade for Furina, but oftentimes Furina's damage contribution to the team might be 30% of the team damage. And a 20% upgrade to a teammate that is doing 30% of the team's damage is not the same as a 20% upgrade to a teammate that is doing 80% of team damage, right? Like you're increasing the overall team DPS by like a few percentage points versus near 20. I honestly think C1 Furina is more worthwhile. Definitely more worthwhile than our weapon, nearly. But I have noticed the effects of C1 Furina more than I have actually noticed the effects of C2 Furina. Outside of the context where I'm specifically like, okay, let's abuse C2 Furina, right? Like the context right now, if I don't heal up with Yao Yao, would be a context where I am definitely abusing C2 Furina, right? But if I am, as soon as I do use Yao Yao, it's not really that functionally different, right? Alright, it's like right at that point in a normal context is when I'd be at max damage bonus on Yao Yao anyways, and then when I on-field Beidou, right, like, I didn't need C2 Furina to get max damage bonus there, right? Like, it doesn't really do anything there, other than a slight upgrade for Furina's damage, but again, her damage is definitely not the focus of this team. Should probably use you. Oh, this team is so satisfying. I love these styles of teams. Now, this style of team is not unique to Beidou, but I think Beidou with this Yao Yao interaction is one of the more, you know, interesting ones to do it with, because of the fact that she does. I should not have Benneted yet. That was a mistake. I should really be trying to parry these, by the way. There we go. Is Beidou A4 passive? A4 passive. Which is Beidou's A4 passive? I'll just double check. Only work for her. If you're talking, if Beidou's A4 is how her burst works, no. If you're talking about her C4, yes, she has to be on field. It is specifically Beidou's normal attacks. The thing I'm doing with Beidou here is, I think the team would work perfectly fine without Beidou constellations, to be clear. But the specific thing I'm doing with Beidou here does rely on her C4.
Emerge.
Alright. Floor 11 took longer than it should have. She also needs less HP. She builds more with overhealing. I mean, yes, it is technically easier to build Furina, like with the C2. Yes, because less need from you're getting damage stats from constellations. There is less need to get your damage stats, less relative need to get your damage stats from like your artifacts. And so and yes, the Hydro damage goblet does technically become better, but not crazily so. Speaking of, I should, frick. I need to power down Furina for the video. I'll just leave it, whatever. I don't think anyone's gonna care that much. For now, I'll worry about that if I need to in the video itself when I start recording it. It's not really gonna that meaningfully change the team. Yeah, Beidou. Oh yeah, Beidou A4 passive. Let's not forget that. What is Beidou's A4? Gain the effects. Damage dealt by normal and charge attacks is increased by 15%. Attack speed, normal and charge attacks is increased by 15%. Greatly reduced delay before unleashing charge attacks. Yeah, that only affects Beidou as far as I understand. Okay. Finally, floor 12. Only took me about 12 years. Okie dokie. So, I think we can take either of these teams to either side. With the, I mean, the Hydro shield. Wait, no. Sorry, the Pyro shield might be a little bit annoying. But I think Vishal and Yai can take care of it without a problem on if I use Chevreuse, so I don't know. So here, let me do a poll. I'll end this very shortly. Beidou on what side? First half, second half. Beidou, what side? The video, I think I will try to do Beidou on both sides, but because I think it is fun to show it on both. Yesterday, I already did a bunch of testing with the team against Magu Kenki, so I could do the second side. I think it's better on the first side. I think, because it's just it has to worry less about like you gain more value from like having Kazuha style grouping versus these situations compared to the first situations more abuse the enemy situations or have the spawn locations for grouping. Explain how you use that overload team. The overload team is generally speaking just need to trigger overload before using Chevreuse's hold E, and you have to use her hold E to be able to shoot her overcharge ball to get the attack buff. So that is an important aspect too. Otherwise, you're missing out like a 40% attack buff with the whole team. Whereas you know, Arlecchino is just, you know, press E, use the other character. So Arlecchino, press E, apply some pyro, and then using Vishal and Yai, you know, Yai 3 E's, use Vishal, that will trigger overload, and then all I have to do is switch to Chevreuse, use Chevreuse burst, and then E. And the reason I use Chevreuse burst in this context is either for pyro application, or more notably, I have noblesse on Chevreuse, so I actually should be using Chevreuse's burst every rotation, but a lot of times you can definitely have Chevreuse builds. Like on my polearm-only account, I have her on the new healing set right now. And with C6 in particular, on the new healing set, she can basically near max buff the new healing set. And that context is when I don't need to burst at all on her unless I need the application. And I just, you know, as long as I trigger overload first with someone else, all I do is Chevreuse, hold E, and then switch to other units. In this team context, the awkward thing is like balancing Yai's need to like use her 3 E's additionally, and I think that awkwardness of like having to redo Yai's E's, it doesn't feel like it lines up necessarily that well with trying to stay on field with Arlecchino a long time. But Arlecchino is also completely flexible, letting you swap out and redo that kind of thing. So it feels good to me, and I enjoy doing that. But I think realistically, most people probably find Bennett feels better in this team versus Yai. And in that context, all you do is, you do Arlecchino E into official skill, and then Chevreuse E, hold E, and then Bennett EQ into Arlecchino, go to town, right? It's a little bit simpler in that fashion. But I like Yai. So, and Yai will help with the Inquisitive Baptist. Although Bennett would, so the struggle here is actually going to be, so 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right? I think Yai would actually help with Electro application to get to the Pyro Shield and the Inquisitive Baptist on the second side. It looks like we're doing 60% for first half for Beidou in first half, 39% for second half. So we'll do Beidou in first half. So yeah, in the context of, since this is what we're going to be doing, I'm going to try without Bennett first. But the big pain in the butt actually with this team is going to be the second chamber, getting through their shields. But I think if I charge attack spam and I don't get interrupted too much with Arlecchino, I think I'll be fine. Why is it spamming the same thing in chat? Spamming what? So anyways, let's the Beidou and you and you and you. All right, and I'm gonna try to make sure to use Yao Yao properly this time. This ad is annoying. What ad is playing? I can turn off the ads if they're that annoying, but I would like to, make some amount of money in my streams. If I don't have ads on at all, I make nothing. I put that, for what it's worth, I do put the ads on the lowest rate possible for streams. So, my choice is either manually insert ads, and if I manually insert ads, I'm never going to insert them manually. So functionally, the ads are just off, or automatically insert them at low frequency, or I could do middling or high frequency. I do lowest frequency. Anywho's, yeah, I use YouTube Premium as well. I've used it since it was called YouTube Red. So, anywho's, let's, of course, the cryo one. Yesterday, the cryo one stayed grouped together, and it was, I think, when I was doing some of the testing here. But yeah, so first rotation, don't need to worry about. I should have been worried a little bit about what the cryo kinky was doing there and tried to parry that ability, because I think you can. But I didn't. So, you know what? I actually going to choose the healing effectiveness to make Yao Yao need to be on field less. Oops. So, the ads are on high. I swear to you, they're not on high. I have them literally on the minimum possible. So, I don't know what to tell you. What's my freaking? I don't know if you heard that. Just like I had a slight cough and then phlegm. Take some water. Yeah, look, I'm not gonna condone people. I'm not gonna say you should use an ad blocker, but if you do want to actually pay me for, let me retry because that was dumb. If you are gonna use an ad blocker, I would very much appreciate it if you throw me. You watch my content regularly, you enjoy my content. If you think it's worthwhile, viewing ads is payment for the service, right? It's payment to YouTube and it's payment to me for making the content. So I would certainly appreciate if you threw me, literally just $1 on rare occasions. Every now and then, if you're using ad block and you appreciate the content I'm making. If you don't think it's that worthwhile, then you do you. It's not gonna make or break my life or anything if you throw me $1 or not. But ads are payment. It's for the stuff I do fundamentally. So, but it's fine. I use ad blockers too. I can't stand, not on YouTube. I use YouTube Premium, but I can't stand browsing the general internet. So I only disable my ad blocker for sites I trust and don't have obnoxious, miserable ads kind of thing. So, yeah, if you actually want to pay for the service that oh my god. Okay, we're fine. All right, let's just restart now. This I probably should have Beidou bursted. Do this. Alright, do this. Might have spent a little bit too much time on Beidou there, or on Yao Yao. Okay, I don't think I did that well. Yesterday I got, I think, down to like a 40-second clear when I was playing with this team, but it was not terrible. Thank you, Zuck. $2. Have a good day, everyone. Appreciate it. But yeah, like, I don't know. I don't love asking people for money, but if you are using an ad blocker, right, you are technically, you know, not paying for the service. So, and you're paying YouTube too by doing a super chat because they take the percentage of that. I get the majority of it. I think I get 70%. But you know, I'm fine with that. YouTube has provided the one providing the service. So. I think in this team, because of Yai wanting to restart her stuff, I think, and Arlecchino's damage being pretty front loaded, I think it actually makes sense to end. Oh, of course, I let you get your shield. It makes sense to end Arlecchino a little bit early. Like, I should have just probably, when the new wave spawned, just, you know, swapped to Yai again and you know, restarted, but or like used her burst to reapply the mark. I also haven't been using Chevreuse burst, and it also just missed. Nice. Oh my god, I'm playing this so badly. Yeah, and if you don't have money, I'm not trying to like pressure people to spend money. It's fine if you need to if you use an ad blocker. But just saying, for those that do have access to, consider it. I would greatly appreciate it. Target this one, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. That damage is what I could hope to get in 1 billion years of my Kazuha. I mean, Kazuha doesn't normally get. He barely does 100k oldie. What are you talking about? Like, he's trying to compare Kazuha's damage to Arlecchino's damage. They're very different characters. Sorry, I'm not allowed to use Twitch. I mean, I don't even really stream on Twitch. I don't even have the ability to get money through Twitch actually right now. By the way, Wuthering Waves, as far as like live streaming goes, I'll probably mostly do Wuthering Waves live streams on Twitch, just because I don't know. I might do a first impressions live stream on YouTube. I don't know. I'm not that interested in Wuthering Waves in general. I plan to make at least a video on it. I don't. Oh my gosh. Okay. Of course, I don't have my burst up. All right. Oh my god. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I wasted Ben's burst completely. Oh my god. I hate this boss so much. It's so clunky to fight. It just feels terrible. Okay. Can I do things with my characters? I don't even have Furina's burst up now. Whatever. Terrible. I so hate this boss. It's so unfun to fight. Like, I would say Beidou is a sub DPS. I mean, yes, most of the time. Sub DPS is I prefer on-field and off-field DPS. Like using sub DPS as a term for Genshin doesn't really mean much. Unless you're like breaking down team DPS contribution to being like, okay, what character's abilities trigger what? Okay, that means I can attribute this damage happening to this character. And this character is doing 30% of the damage, compared to this character is doing 50% of the team damage. Therefore, the character doing 30% of the team damage is a sub DPS. That follows. That logic follows. But like, in a context like this team, what the F does Beidou being a sub DPS mean? when the reaction and the damage engine going on here relies on a lot of things Beidou is doing, but it also wouldn't function without a lot of things the other characters are enabling Beidou to do. So like the damage contribution in Genshin is always kind of this way, wherein like, yeah, Arlecchino can hit that 200k damage, but that was reliant on your Hydro unit allowing her to vape. So to some degree, a lot of the damage that came from Arlecchino was functionally damage that came from the Hydro unit. Right? And so like, yeah, I prefer off-field DPS versus on-field. So, anywho's, Yao Yao is so what does that mean? I'm not super up to date with, you know, whatever lingo necessarily. I try to, but I don't talk enough with people in general. Like I wasn't caught up to date with lingo when I was in, like, you know, high school, when I should have been up to date with lingo. So, I should have really Beidou bursted before that, but also Beidou is a lot worse in single target, by the way. But oh my god, this enemy is so intensely unfun to fight. I didn't have Furina burst up there before I did that. You're gonna get your shield back, aren't you? You're not getting your shield back? This enemy is like... I hate this enemy. It's so unfun. Like, why does... Die, please. Just die. Nowadays, up to date means you have brain rot. Okay, that's good. I don't have brain rot then. Gat means it slaps. Okay, I see. It's just new slaps. I see. He gets shield 3 times and he stops. Okay, good to know. Oh, here's an example I was talking about earlier, where, like, you know, the awkwardness with Chevreuse. The awkwardness with Chevreuse and Yai. Like, I got hit with Yai, took a bunch of damage, and then, like, okay, what do I do to heal up Chevreuse? Well, I can incidentally heal her up a little bit, right? Like right now. Also, you're alive? Oh my god. I'm gonna lose this chamber because of the buttholes. And because I'm dumb.
Where do you think you're going?
Right now. Emerge. Right now. Justice will prevail.
No, 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 no. Okay. Really? I really shouldn't have done that there, I think. But oh my god, brain, you need to, like, be better. Also, I'm gonna fail. I don't have stamina. No, you just... You interrupted me at the terrible time. I think I could have just stayed on field. Arlecchino would have been fine. Oops. Oops. To be clear, I think Coppelius is cringe and a terrible situation for this Beidou team, but... Stop. Okay. Just waiting for her to get a shield again. Why did you just run that way?
Light it up. Everybody stand back. Show
Actually do damage, maybe? Okay. Alright, that's third shield, right? So I probably should have done that now, but it's fine. You stop. You need to do that. Oop, wrong hitter. Okay, well I muddled this hardcore. Yeah, this is not a great team for this boss. Stop moving! Why do you slightly move here? Okay, I'm just... No. That was so bad. So bad. Oh yeah, frickin' Furina has the... Yeah, I can use Furina. I forgot. Numa and Osier are such a terrible idea. I swear to God, if they do something similar in Natlan, I'm gonna be mad. It's so dumb. God, I'm gonna be... I sincerely hope Capelli is banished from the Shadow Realm after the version 4.0 patches. Ugh. Does anyone know which mode on Furina you have to use? I guess I'll find out. Oops. I picked the wrong one. Good. Didn't need to switch modes. Okay. Okay. Oja? I saw that too late. Oops. I could have just looked at the chat at the right time. I did not. I switched my characters. Why did you not let me switch my characters? Frick you. I did a normal attack because I wanted to trigger Fav, and then I realized as I did it, I was like, wait, the shield's not up, and I'm going to use the Oja thing as I do a normal attack. Ah, frick. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do this. Wait for it to, like, get its stuff up. Right. Yeah, there we go. Do that. Right, there we go. Okay, nice. And I didn't have Yao Yao up because I shouldn't have used Yao Yao's skill until I actually started doing this, but... Oh, how do you not have energy? You have like 260 ER. Well, it didn't exactly do that ideally, I don't think, but, you know. I didn't get my burst back. Freaking goddamn, I need more Instructor's Bennett problems. This is why I want a Skyward Blade. I mean, that was better. It was like 7 seconds better. Yayo better with the Cadmus polearm or the Favonius polearm? I assume Cadmus is the new event polearm. I honestly, because my goal in that team is to get Yayo to heal the team as fast as possible and then switch off of her. I think like the event polearm is better for my situation, as long as I have enough energy to still consistently burst with the other characters, right? Which, in the context that was happening there, where I was not getting energy properly on Bennett and whatever, Fab is kind of nice, right? So, you know. Let's just heal up a little bit here. I didn't have any healing going. That's kind of unfortunate, but oh well. Do this. The reason I did that is I wanted to heal up a little bit with Yai while she's in her burst animation. When you attack that, that's fine. I think I absorbed that before. No, I think it's fine. Really? Buttholes? Okay. Stop. Oh my god, I'm out of stamina. Whatever, just whack. I'm just abusing my C1 Arlecchino, it's fine. Oh my god. Am I gonna bungle this again? Why am I so bad? Hey, at least it's more than 10 minutes of entertainment, but also I'm so bad. Ugh. Oh boy. Yeah, I need Yao Yao to trigger the C4 passive for Beidou. Not that it's working that properly in this context. Come on, get your shield again. I just did it early. I thought he was gonna do it there for some reason. Whoops. Okay, we're just gonna do that. Stop. If you play this, like, Beidou is a pretty high skill expression character with like her parry stuff. You can absolutely use Beidou's parry stuff here to be able to just like be smart with things, I guess. I don't know how to say it other than that, right? Heal up a little bit, and then Thunder Burst, do that, do this. Okay. Alright, there we go. Now we have the team getting interrupted. But yeah, being smart with her parry is an interesting option for her. Also, I should have done this. There we go. Still feel like I can get like that probably 10 seconds faster if I play it better, but same thing here, but early this time. Heal a couple times.
Transfixed. Emerge right here.
Where do you think you're going?
Hands where I can see 'em. Stop right Overruled. Right now.
Oh my god, please.
You asked for it. Drop your weapons.
Ow. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, well, I have to do this. You're a little bit separated. It's not ideal. Oh my god, stop. There we go. A little bit close there, but hey. Like I said, that was expected. I think that was the hardest chamber for this team. I was bad most of those attempts. And yeah, and it's not like, again, as I said in my previous streams, in case anyone like wasn't watching yesterday's stream, the Beidou team is by no means is it a team that I think is like an insanely strong team. In the same vein that like Thundering, it's the same concept as Thundering Fury Razor for the most part. It just is a little bit different of a dynamic in how it's played, and the exact things you're doing is slightly different, but it does. Right, it's not of the same tier of damage as like in the Arlecchino team, for example, total damage output. But it's interesting, and it performs differently in AOE versus single target, especially. So, Beidou C4, she gets an additional instance of electro damage when she gets attacked, and Yao Yao's radishes count as Beidou getting attacked. I'll try to show it after I'm done with the Abyss here, but anyways, yeah, that was expected. So like I said, if I was playing Bennett in the Arlecchino team there, I could have just like abused C6 Bennett and been able to, and Bennett has a lot of pyro application on his skill too, with a low cooldown. So like genuinely, I think this team, for example, on the other side would have been better, or Bennett in the other team would have been better. But of course, I'm using Bennett in this team, so you know that's fine. Also, EA ER issue or energy not up on this team. Not really ER issues, just don't have it up in the start. So we'll see how this goes. I gotta think about this chamber a little bit. You know what I wish there was a card for? I wish this card that restores HP restored energy instead. Like, please, whoever's. It's so annoying having to like try to like optimize chambers to make sure you end a chamber with energy. It's just an arbitrary, dumb as way to force players to. I don't know. It's just one of the more annoying things that makes Abyss oftentimes unfun, I think. And with how many, just a ton of teams and a ton of characters in this game are burst reliant, and then you don't get to start your team with energy in the next chamber because you happen to want to actually kill something in the previous chamber. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah. And they could just, they don't have to crazily change things. They like, yeah, just make it so that this card can be like also restores energy card instead. It's not like you're gonna change the game. Light bleeps are funny. Yeah, I know. That's why I do it. I don't do it because I actually care about the censoring. I'll swear oftentimes, and I don't care that much. It doesn't really affect anything, not in live streams at least. And yeah, I wonder. Skill damage might be. This actually might be useful too, but not that useful, I don't think. Okay. So I think the hope here. Oh my god, Bennett having literally no energy is a bit rough. Because they're gonna get a shield out, right? Like, yeah. No. Okay. Not an ideal start, to say the least, but you know what? Not the end of the world. I'm learning things for how I want to play this team a little bit better in whatever. I did the things wrong again, terribly wrong, but okay. I'm learning. This is a really interesting thing to play. Stop it. Yeah, not exactly ideal there. Okay. I think did I switch back to the lower damage? Or lower ER feather or not? I don't remember. On Beidou. I'm definitely getting the feeling that prioritizing a little bit more ER would be a smart idea. You can definitely clear this chamber faster than this, that's for dang sure. Okay, can you not? Okay, we got terrible RNG on that. I think we wanted to do the spinny attack, not the F-off attack. Yeah, optimizing this is a little bit of a pain in the butt right now, because again, the energy is stupid issue at the start. Like, it's just dumb. I played it bad too, to be clear. But
We go. Light it up.
I might not do yeah, so yeah, not having okay, frick off. Okay, I want to try to get Beidou's burst up and Bennett's burst up. Like, if I do that properly, I can get through those buttholes relatively quickly, even if they get their shield up.
Don't get scared. Show a new thing.
Alright. I'm also nowhere near the enemies this time, which is not ideal. Yeah, these ones.
To ashes. Strike a pose. Time to show. Go. You win.
To the berry.
Eyes on me. Just mining. Killing some.
They're so annoying. Yeah, I think the second chamber is probably a better chamber for this team. Second half, I should say. It's just quite awkward to, Yep, yeah, you just stepped off. Okay. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just a really annoying situation. Can you even let me use my E?
Power that ended Python.
To be clear, this chamber is intended to take longer.
Everybody stand back.
You stop moving. Like, I think I can still beat the Baptist. Oh my god, why? Okay, no, I refuse to have that bad of a clear. Ugh. How? Okay, there we go.
To the berry.
Don't like their positioning here.
My blade. Regretful. There's more. Finally,
Just restart there. Really? Can I get my energy? No, I'm really suffering on Bennett energy here. Can you, like, not get knocked back so much? Jesus Christ. Stop. Oh my god, I have just the perfectly awkward amount of Bennett ER, I swear. Stop! I'm playing it bad, to be clear, but, like, also, I think I need like 10 more ER on Bennett, so I think for the video I might I think for the video I might put Bennett on maidens because I can have more ER. And not like a crazy amount more ER actually, but I think a little bit more ER, which is kind of all I need right now. And again, this is really worsened by the fact that I don't have the energy up at the start of this chamber. Yeah. Ever considered DPS Yao Yao? There's not really any reason to do that. And not also Sylvan, I have a level 90 Yao Yao. I have no resources. And I'm going to be forever no resources. Like even if I don't get Chlorand, like next patch, I'm going to have no resources to, like, yeah, I got no resources. So not even a consideration. There's very little benefit to it either. Like what Yao Yao is doing when she's on, like Yao Yao can do damage when she's on field here. I should probably actually do more normal attacks to try to make sure I trigger like Burgeons or whatever. So the main way to get Yao Yao to do damage here is just by having a little bit more EM on her actually. Because she can, you know, trigger some amount of transformative reactions in the same vein of how Beidou is triggering some reactions, right? I really should have waited for that. Also, I didn't even Beidou Q. You do viewer polls? Not very often. Not very often. Would that be a good member incentive? I don't know. To do like private member streams of polling on viewers' accounts. Okay, no. Terrible start. Claymore's Arsenal, yes, indeed. She does have her Ascension passive that gives her a little bit of normal attack speed, which makes her feel not terrible. But let's start with doing that. Do that. Alright. Now, right there, do some normal attacks, right? Okay. Yep. I didn't have Yao Yao E going there, so I wasn't getting mistakes and awkwardness. This is why I hate. This is one of the best examples I've had lately of why I feel like, you know, we should really just have full energy at the start of every chamber. Like it's just MiHoYo making their players have an unfun experience for dumb reasons, right? And the reason I think it's dumb is because now that I've 3-starred, now that I have 3-star chamber 2, all that it would take to get at my max energy is going through chamber 2 again, but playing it slowly, right? And not caring about actually clearing it. Like, I can functionally do that anyway. I can functionally make sure I can clear all the endgame content, get all the rewards for it, functionally having, if there was a mechanic where they just gave max energy at the start of every single chamber, I can functionally do that manually. If I can do it manually, why the f*** not just make it that way? It's so dumb. It just makes it unfun. Like, this team is fun. I'm just having not a great time here because of the energy issues at the start of the chamber especially. It just completely F's up the flow of anything you can do. Like, literally, I can clear this chamber like 20 seconds faster with energy at the start of the chamber. Right? Why are you standing over here still? How do you both have shields still? I don't know why I did that there. That was just dumb. That was just dumb. Normal attacking Yao Yao burst also spawns you guys, and that way your Beidou burst is actually getting triggered. Yeah, you're definitely right. I should definitely be doing normal attack on Yao Yao. The reason I'm jumping on Yao Yao is just bad habits from polearm-only, to be honest. because jumping has generally been more efficient on polearms only. Well, not always. No, not even. It just depends what I'm doing with the Yao Yao. So it's just bad habits. Let's keep it simple. Like, why? I swear to God, like, whenever I don't want these dudes to jump, they will... Okay, now he did jump. Whenever I do want them to jump, they will never jump. And whenever I don't want them to jump, they will always jump. Yeah, there we go. How are you not dead yet? Bro! Bro, how did... What? Okay. Oh my God, Beidou. There we go. Okay. You die. Thank you. I didn't Beidou burst. Also, I'm jumping. Bad habits. I was hoping Yao Yao's burst was up, that's why I checked her. But... Oh man, these enemies getting knocked out of Menace for so annoying. Oh my God. I'm just having a miserable time grouping. Ah. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I probably should have been at burst before then. I know, so I'm still jumping. Brain.
You'll get frostbite.
Let's light it up.
I almost killed one of them without even properly doing things. Like that should show like if I actually had friggin' energy. Brain. That time I was talking, but like also brain. What is wrong with you? You literally just did the same exact thing you did before. Like being able to kill one of them without even like properly doing anything, almost kill one of them shows like with energy I'm pretty sure I could just wipe through this first phase. It's just I mean, what? It just confuses me why like MiHoYo has like had this as a structure in the game for this long. No, do this. Now. Don't forget to burst. What? Oh my God. Oh my gosh. That's fine. I want you to be sitting over here. So I'm gonna do that. Playing terribly still. Hi, please. Calm down, sir. this. You be slightly less annoying than you need to do normal attack spraying. There we go. That was still terrible, but like, again, in the context of actually having my energy up at the start of the chamber and playing a little bit better, I think it would have been. It's still more than fine, right? And again, like the Baptist here is less of a DPS check and more of a get through the shields check, and in the context of being able to get through the shields fast enough and then killing him, like it's having a minute to clear the Baptist is not that challenging, right? Not 100% sure if this team will actually be able to. We'll see. We only have 50 seconds technically, but anywho's, I should do this to make sure I can heal some people.
Right here.
Should do. There we go. Okay.
Transfix. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
Midnight fantastic.
Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Stand.
Yeah, see, no problem. Not a problem. It's just a shield check. It's just a shield check. I mean, obviously having the pretty high DPS team helped there, and it's not just a shield check. You also want a shield check, and you need to be able to do DPS after the shields are down. Yeah, I didn't have to like spend that much time trying to optimize the first side because of that. Is kind of my point. But again, I'm kind of just doing a lot of testing to see how the team feels to play. It's a really interesting team to play. I do. It could have ER. I do really like the team. Thanks. Wait. I was gonna say thanks because of my brain right now is used to being like spiteful about getting good burning artifacts on polearms only, but I actually want the burning artifacts over the Bond of Life artifacts on this account right now. I was prepared for that to be pyro damage. Of course. Thank you for troll game, whatever. Gives me the Bond of Life pieces I don't need. But like unironically, I kind of want more of the burning set pieces. So thank you, game. Appreciate it for once. Don't have the stuff to level this up meaningfully right now, sadly. Darn, almost attack percent. It's fine. All right. Yeah, this is not my polearm account, so this is not Arlecchino C6. That was Arlecchino C1, and like with Bennett and that team. Again, I was using Bennett on the first side, right? But with like Bennett and that Chevreuse team, I would have been able to get through the Baptist even faster with the C0 Arlecchino. I think with Bennett, not that much faster. I don't know necessarily because Yai does help with the pyro shield in particular on the Baptist. So I don't know. This is an interesting Abyss cycle, right? I don't love how... I really don't like Capellius' inclusion with the cryo shield. I think it's just an annoying mechanic. It just isn't that fun to fight. But overall, I really actually like this Abyss. It's my favorite one they've had in a while. So, anywho's, I should probably claim my rewards. And then... I think we can move over to polearms only. 2 hours into the stream, I've only finished my main account, but what in the world? To be clear, again, I think polearms only will be easier. Because I'm not trying to use... Like, polearms only, I'm just going to use, like, good teams, right? Whereas, on my main account, I'm doing things like this all the time, because this is what I find fun, right? I find it fun to use teams like this and try to think about the nuances of this, so, like, you know, and you guys help me work through it. That's why, part of why I wanted to live stream doing this. It's like, you guys gave me ideas and gave me reminders of being like, hey, Dumbo, do normal attacks with Yao Yao, right? And like, I don't know, it has a really, really interesting dynamic, is what I can say. Oh, and for anyone that didn't see early in the stream, so yeah, the interaction I was specifically trying to use there is Beidou's C4. See how Beidou has that little electro stuff? This is not electro infusion. She's still doing physical damage, but she has an additional instance of an electro hit that happens when with her C4. On her normal attacks, and that, oops, so that's this C4 upon being attacked. So getting hit by the radishes triggers Beidou's C4, right? So that's basically what I'm abusing there, is trying to get some additional electro application out when Beidou is on field, essentially. But it doesn't, again, Beidou does off-field things, so it's not necessary to have Beidou on field constantly, and that's what I think is kind of fun about this team, and more engaging than something like the Razor variation of this team, where the Razor variation would use, you know, just like Xing Cho, Nahida, Bennett, and do the same things, and go more into like full EM, versus what I'm doing with Furina and specking into crit a little bit. I was using the less ER piece, so I think, wait, was I? Yeah, I was. Okay. Honestly, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I'll prefer the slightly higher ER version of this Beidou build. I really don't think the crit damage loss is that meaningful. So, yeah. Anyways, it's a really, really weird team. I'll hopefully have a video out on it. I'll probably record it tomorrow. Because I intend to spend tomorrow leveling up Yao Yao's burst, mostly. Just to improve her healing to the point where I can spend less field time on her and more field time on Beidou. Yeah, I don't know what the title of the video is going to be yet, though. So if you have any ideas for the title of what this team is like, I don't know. Like right now, I'm just like, it might be like I found the weirdest way. Like, to be clear, I didn't find this interaction. The way I found this interaction was, there was a random... I just happened to be watching as a Jeff stream. I don't watch his streams very often, but I happened to be watching his stream. And some viewer randomly said that in his chat, and he tested it because he was like, really? I don't believe that. And he tested it and it did work. So... But I don't know, like, something like I found the weirdest way to main DPS Beidou or something, and I don't like main DPS as anything other than like a way to get people to click on the title. So I don't. Maybe I found. I don't know. I don't know. I turned Beidou into a radish destruction engine. I don't know, man. Like, it's weird. I still suggest best strats. I mean, no, I don't think I'll do that, but I abuse Beidou, so she's actually... I mean, Beidou is a pretty meta character. It's just she has, like, more niche specific utility in generalized contexts, but again, I'll mention the stuff I mentioned in the stream, where, like, I think part of the value of trying this is that Beidou is a more valuable unit to use in general for different purposes. Whereas, like, if you do, like, the Razor version of this team, you're leveling up Razor to 90. That's a lot of resources just to use Razor, basically. And if you like Razor more as a hero, that's fine. But as far as, like, mechanically, this is doing similar things to what Razor does, but then has off-field things going on, more off-field things going on, a little bit more AoE things going on because of Beidou's stuff with AoE, and has a more interesting dynamic as far as, like, using Furina and incentivizing crit building, right, and whatnot, and options for, like I don't even know that Thundering Fury is necessarily optimal. I could do things like, you know, I have Furina in the team. Marcia Hunters is a thing, right? The reason I don't necessarily love Marcia Hunters is because she's not on field constantly, right? So I don't know. I put Beidou on a radish diet. I turned Beidou into a flower gun. I do like I put Beidou on a radish diet. That is pretty good. Bad goldfish. I'll jot that one down. I like that one. We'll see. I'll probably jot down some different ideas and might change the title. I put Beidou on a radish diet. It's pretty nice though.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
And then the thumbnail can have, I don't know. I put Beidou on a radish diet for the title. And the thumbnail can have Beidou and Yao Yao, obviously. And I don't even friggin' know. I don't know. I don't know. Well, come on, that's the best one. What's the best one? What do we do in the stream? I'm going to be going to the Abyss on polearm-only shortly. I just finished Abyss on, if you just joined Shams, I just finished Abyss on my main account, playing around mostly with a little bit of Arlecchino overload stuff, but that was relatively typical Arlecchino stuff, just with Yai instead of Bennett. And then doing some shenanigans with this Beidou team, No, we're workshop. I'm workshopping with chat what I should title the video. It's not almost over. I'm gonna go on to polearms only right now, but yeah, I don't know. I do like. Have you been bamboozled? If you have Shen Yun, do plunge Beidou. I mean, yeah, I could do plunge Beidou, but that's just you're doing physical damage. Unless you're doing infusion with Bennett, and like that's something you can do with literally any claymore, any melee. You do pyro, plunge Bennett. You do Shen Yun, Furina, Bennett, and then plunge vape, blam. There you go. That's always a last resort, in my opinion, to do that kind of thing. To do plunging in general, honestly, is kind of a last resort now to me. The last resort, or it's like the only obvious choice, which until we get some better healers, it might very often be the only obvious choice in some cases. But in this case, I think it's far more interesting and fun to go around this reaction, this interaction, not reaction, this interaction between Yao Yao and Beidou. But anywho's, yeah. I've liked Furina more than I thought I would. I thought I was going to end up wanting to do like Yelan or something instead, but I actually really like Furina in this team and the dynamic of using Yao Yao's burst still. Just need to have Yao Yao heal a little bit better. Okay, let's log on to my polearm account. I'll figure out what I want to do. The Beidou video is probably going to come out Sunday, is my guess. I gotta record it. My plan is to record it tomorrow. I'll like figure out my thumbnails, whatever, on Saturday. Where is begin soon? No, not that. Why is that not even centered? That's funny. Oh, you know what I should do here? You know what? Here. Browse. I'm gonna change this because. Wait, where is my? Oh, frick! I don't know where my photos are. Here we go. Okay. JPEG. Blam. Alright. Blam. How's this for a... Oh, that is a bit large. Give me a second. There we go. Still a bit large. High resolution photos. We'll do this sometimes. I forgot about that aspect. Still large. Okay, there we go. And now we'll make it a little bit bigger. This is not properly edited, I don't think. There's still some chromatic aberration, but there we go. This is one of my favorite photos I've ever taken. This will be my break screen while I log in. Blam. Yes, that is the eclipse that just happened, well, just happened a month ago. But yes, the recent eclipse. Okay, log in the polearms only. It just happened 20 minutes ago. What happened to the gator image? It's right here. Oh wait, it's layered above. Here. There we go. It's also not a gator. It is a snapping turtle, to be clear. But anyways, I have two options now. I probably have a different photo I could do instead of this one, by the way. That probably is a little bit better. This one looks a little bit weird. This one's like... This photo's better and a little bit like zoomed down. I gotta probably edit it a little bit more, but... Where's 4369? 4369 is probably... Yeah. Probably the most simple, visually appealing one. There we go. Anywho's. Blam. Flashbang. Black to white. Alright. Here we are, polearms only. So, I have C6 Arlecchino, of course, on this account. And that means I could probably just solo the Abyss with Arlecchino on one side. I think what I'm going to do is we'll use Arlecchino to plow through the Abyss once. Just for funsies. And then I'm probably going to try to clear with Hu Tao. Like show that I can clear without Arlecchino, right? That's my current inclination. I'm just going to condense my resin real quick. Eclipse Froggy, you got reminded of Technoblade. Did Technoblade like eclipses as well? If so, he becomes even more amazing of a person. If you don't like eclipses, you're a terrible person. That's my opinion. I'm mostly joking. Okay. Claim these. Won't be doing dailies or anything on this account. I'm actually recording a separate video right now. Doing the resin refreshing for like balancing out that top up that someone gave me during the C6 Arlecchino, the $15 top up. So I'm making a video out of it, making a content opportunity. So yeah. As far as artifacts I've gotten, so spoilers for the resin refreshing video. I've actually gotten some decent artifacts, but the dumbest one was I got this, and I already had this before. Like, great. I really needed a copy of this artifact, but with ER. Like, oh my god, I'm so sad that this was not a this was not the Bond of Life artifact. Meanwhile, I've gotten this and this. Beautiful, right? I've gotten to crit rate circle that's pretty okay, but I'm almost assuredly not going to use a crit rate circle most of the time. I've gotten an attack percent circle that's very good, but again, on the wrong frickin' set. Like, she's on an attack percent circlet right now because this attack percent circlet is better than the crit damage circlet with C6. Without C6, you can still use an attack percent circlet, but not as recommended. Like, I actually did some testing on my main account with attack percent circlets, and they were surprisingly good for high crit value, like attack percent circlets. But with C6, it actually just becomes, I think, generally speaking, better to have a high CV attack circlet. And anyways, right, like, got this artifact, cool, but wrong set. Got this, but it's crit rate, whoop-de-doo. No goblets. I got this yesterday, which is like the first universe, like, okay, this is probably going to be a permanent Arlecchino piece, finally. And then I also, like, the very first day got this EM piece, which is a ridiculously good EM timepiece. And that's cool, but also the scenarios where I'm using an EM timepiece on her are a little bit more rare. So, I don't know how to feel about it, basically. But anyways, I'm halfway through the resin refresh video. We'll see. I love convergence eclipses, especially lunars, blue moons, first moons. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Finally got harmonic whimsy to a respectable ratio, but the amount of absolute insane burning pieces just irks me. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. Alright. Wait. Okay. Should I do... Oh, I don't know if I want to configure builds around. I don't know if I want to reconfigure builds for it. I can do a team abusing Arlecchino C6, right? If we want, I could do like the melt team, right? This team, but trying to abuse Arlecchino. Oh wait, can it get through the shields though? I don't think it can. I think I need to use a Chevreuse team on the second side to get to the shields, right? Either a Chevreuse team or the Dendro Hydro. Like, it either needs to be a Chevreuse team to get through the shields on the Baptist, or something like this. But I think it's just more sensible to do a Chevreuse team, sadly. And then on the first side, doing like Arlecchino... No, not you. Doing Arlecchino melt setups with C6 would work. Well, this is chamber 9. But where is... There we go. Like, it'll work against Kenki very easily. Coppelius should work fine too, because I just need to schmack my way through the cryo shield. Okay, no, let's try that. Let's try melt against the situation. I think it'll be fine in the first half. So we'll try melt Arlecchino. If I'm purposely doing like melting on Arlecchino though, I'm pretty confident in Gilded Dreams is the way to go. At least right now. Maybe this set. But this set's a little bit weird for abusing her C6 in the melt team because I have to jump cancel, which means I don't even get any Bond of Life from the weapon. So I only gain Bond of Life once, I think, in the normal setups I'm doing. So I'd have to weave in normal attacks. But I think it might be... I don't know. I don't have the full set right now, so it doesn't even matter. I mean, I do have the full set right now, but it's no. Okay, so yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna be lazy. We're gonna keep Arlecchino on her two-piece build. I don't feel like changing it, to be completely honest. And you though, I think we'll put. The reason I'm doing this is because realistically, if I'm doing setups for trying to melt Arlecchino, Rosaria isn't getting that many melts. And it'll be more fun. What am I doing? Just keep her on the ER timepiece. It'll be more fun to see big numbers from Rosaria, is my thinking. Right? But we'll see. We'll keep her on staff with Scarlet Sands. Why not? She can still crit rate buff. I mean, it's a little bit of a waste, but hey, she'll deal some damage. Like she has crit rate. Not much crit damage, but she has some crit rate. And she has some EM, and she has some attack. So, that's the idea, and then she's still in Noblesse. Right, alright. And of course, in the earlier chambers here, we're just going to kind of wipe through everything without having to think about anything. But, anyways. Plan. Okay. What is going on with my chat? There's just like one person talking about. Okay. Can you okay. Whatever. I guess people in chat being weird.
Obey! By ordinance divine. Yeah! Lights out.
I not hit anything? I didn't hit anything. Sad. Okay, whatever. We're not gonna try to set up any shenanigans. We're just gonna wipe through the early floors. It's fine. Okay. You're very weird. I see. Hello, Hooga Booga. I like your username. Normally with Raiden and Chevreuse, I prefer Chevreuse on DPS build, but yeah, this will be fine. Also, frick, Raiden is not on the correct build. We'll use Sino, I think, again for. Will we? No, I'll probably do Hu Tao, I think, and yeah, I'll use Hu Tao for the floor 12. I mean, the actual chamber.
Solidify.
Cryo incarnate. Judgment. Punishing.
Nice. Please stop.
Everlasting
Yes.
as the moon.
Nice 338k.
Transfix.
Gather.
Unleash.
Honestly, there's not even. It's gonna be faster to clear this just by whack with Arlecchino. You stop. Did he solo with Arlecchino yet? I soloed with Arlecchino when I first got her C6 last week. You wanna check out that stream?
Shine down.
Probably not gonna bother soloing this time. I don't really get that much entertainment with soloing, personally.
Justice will prevail. Drop your weapon.
Okay, yeah, this Raiden is on her hybrid build, but she's using Jade Spear, which definitely is not ideal.
There is no escape.
In this context here, Raiden should probably definitely just be on a normal build.
For it. Stop right there. Drop your weapons. Now you shall perish.
But polearms with Soluna beat me to the challenge, so I'll do a sword only account. I mean, yeah, there's definitely, I don't know. If you're making content on it, I feel like it's a little bit harder to
Stabilize.
break out into the only challenge space now. But
By ordinance
I don't know if I've seen anyone actually like. Can I switch to Arlecchino? I don't know if I've seen anyone actually go pretty hard into swords only. Like Java's obviously ran swords only for a long time, but he hasn't, you know, gone into like the combat nuances in the same way I have on polearms only.
Illusion shattered. Supporting fire. Hands where I can see 'em.
Definitely, Raiden is in the wrong build for this.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Okay, let's use Sino as a build, right? We'll use Sino instead. We'll do Sino shenanigans. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Sino. Enjoy your time to shine. I think he has a correct build. I think, hopefully. We'll find out.
Overrule. Cryo incarnate. Judgment. Shiver.
Oh. You didn't die. Oh, you bottle. Poke. Don't forget Hydro Traveler. Talking about swords only, I assume. Okay. Do this. Do this. Do this. You stop running away. I also should have done this first, but fine. Blam. Sino's so strong. Have I checked under my bed today? No. There's sometimes a cat under there. Skill damage. Blam.
Stabilize.
Oh, you're Pyro. That's a deal.
Unleash. Do your master's bidding. Witness my rise. Transfixed. You can't run.
Hi, please. Thank you. There's a monkey. Rip. Rip monkey. Hasn't been fed. Okie dokie. Hey, look, we're gonna have on floor 10 problems with Sino ZR. Just Sino things. Yay, Sino! No, don't. You suck my energy. I don't even want to. Oh, man. I don't want. No, I'm just going to use Shungling. I don't want to use a Sino burst here. I'm not going to have it for the next chamber. It's just going to make the next chamber tedious. Oh, frick. I wanted to funnel that to Shungling. Whatever. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sun. Your
Is this guy tanky enough to do a setup on? Let's find out.
will meet.
Everlasting as the moon.
Nice.
You asked for it. Drop your
I didn't actually trigger overload yet. Oh, frick.
Nice and spicy.
I didn't get the attack buff going because of that.
Your sins weigh upon your
Oops.
soul.
Okay, I forgot how easy that chamber was. Probably didn't need to worry about the ER, so I know. 75% pyro damage bonus. Gee willy. That seems like a thing. Okay. Sino's definitely doing things here. Sino build, he has like 150 ER on 2-piece attack because he needs a lot of ER when he's solo Electro. So, no official in this account. Can do double Electro, but it requires Raiden. I mean, I guess I could do Raiden in this context. I could just swap Raiden for Toma, most likely. That would help a little bit, but like, I don't know. Yeah, like I have 130 ER build on Thundering Fury, and that does not feel like enough ER in that triple pyro team. So, you know, that.
Gather. I will have order.
Do your master's bidding. You can't run. Punishment.
This is where laid bare.
That was satisfying. Just seeing them disappear as soon as I press the right after I press the burst without the animation that time. The burst animation hides them dying too often. Can you cease? There we go. There we go. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Okay, I'll just let them crawl towards.
Nowhere to run. Here's backup. Don't get too close.
I didn't get the attack buff going first. Whatever, I'm just done. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Surrender. Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned. Guilty. You stand condemned.
Even in this team, I'd honestly, like, or even with 150 ER right now, I don't think it's enough. It's like, ideally, he needs to end his burst so much earlier than he is.
You asked for it.
Like, I think this build that I have on Sino, my ideal for Sino would be this build on Sino, but on Thundering Fury. And then I think he's fine. He's so awkward. He's awkward in general, but he's especially awkward on a polearm-only account. Sino's problems are significantly worse on his polearm-only account. Is kind of all it comes down to.
Manifest. Cryo incarnate. You can't run. Light.
I have instructors on Rosaria. I technically need to do Rosaria E after Arlecchino, probably, rather than Shinha. I don't want to get the biggest damage on Arlecchino specifically. If I'm actually going to play this team, like, optimizing around all the teammates' damage, Rosaria should probably just be on, you know, what, probably Emblem, realistically. Did I not trigger overload there?
Stop right there.
Ah, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god.
Nice. That really hurt. Hands where I can see 'em.
Here's backup. Nowhere to run. Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Die, please.
You stand condemned. Guilty.
Oh, good. Sign over an Electro Whopper Flower after all my pyro damage went away. Perfect. Perfect. I know, I can just do this.
Supporting fire.
At your right hand. You asked for it.
Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned.
Pyro damage, kill it. Please. Thank you.
Your penance is due. Guilty.
Alright. Good job, sign up. Oh, good, 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 good.
Nice and spicy.
Surrender.
Good. Oh, good job, Sino. Proud of you. Proud of you. Wow, the cards are really garbage in the early chambers. They matter, but they are really garbage.
Do your master's bidding. Obey. Judgment. Punishment.
Poke. Watch this.
Sting as the moon.
Oh, one of them managed to not get hit. Frick. The freaking screen shake there.
Fixed.
Poke. Alright, Sino. I believe in you. Let's also properly get buffs up this time. I actually need to burst there, but it's fine. Alright. I think I just... Yep, oops. I believe in you, Sino. Just beat it before the end of its burst. Or before your end of your burst. God dang it, dude. Oh, there's 2 enemies anyways. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. You're forgiven. Why? Why are you in the air slightly? Sino. 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 I just want to inform everyone that Raiden would have hit that consistently. Sino. Okay, yeah, we'll do... Actually, let's try to actually do setups properly in this case. Then that, and then we'll do Sino and Raiden this time, because you need to have enough Electro application to get through the Pyro Shield against the Baptist. And yeah, Shungling and Chevreuse should be enough for the Electors. Might be a little bit of an annoying chamber, but we'll find out. Normal charge attack damage. Yay. And the one dude effed off, but I guess that is what it is. And jump cancel. Honestly, they're not all dead. How shameful. Where are you? There you are.
You can't run. Lights out. Cryo incarnate.
No, I didn't even have them marked. Whoops. Okay, just die, please. That was kind of terrible, honestly. Terrible. Hello, Sirski. We're gonna go over here. No, I didn't change Raiden from her bad build, by the way, but it'll be fine. We got Sino to carry us through. No, why? Buttholes. I guess 130 ER for Sino might be enough in this context if I use Raiden's first occasionally, but I don't think I'd be able to use it consistently, right? So Raiden's mostly on off-field duty for these chambers. Why? No. Also, oh no, I was gonna say, do I have healing? I do have healing. You stop getting, like, perma-stunned in the air? Oh my god, okay, whatever. You better take all your damage as fall damage. You took no fall damage! Oh my god. Stop! Probably didn't need that. I probably stayed on for a little longer than necessary. Okay. God. Okay. Sino, please. Sino, please. I don't know why this character feels terrible to play. He's semi-engaging to play in some situations with Thundering Fury. I think he feels clunky most of the time, though, in most situations. Crit is fine. Well,
Stabilize.
that was kind of dumb. Don't worry about it.
Unleash. Do your master's bidding.
Yeah, see, this is why in normal context where I'm actually doing normal attacks with Arlecchino, Rosaria should probably be on an emblem. 'Cause she's still triggering like meaningful damage. Oh my god, that didn't do any damage.
Sting as the moon.
That also did no damage. Wow, okay, no, let's try to actually do damage against this. It's just annoying with the shield. Just need to be not completely dumb, I think.
Obey. Lights out. Cryo incarnate.
Alright. Okay, well, C2's gonna be wasted, but we'll get the C6 hit. Blam! There we go.
Manifest.
Order guide.
I don't even know why I did that. Don't worry about it.
Punishment.
Transfixed.
Alright.
Obey. By ordinance divine.
Gather.
Lights out.
Oh, you still have another freaking... I thought I was through all your shields. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I got some big damage on it. It's fine. It's fine. You find the Shenhe Rosaria combo is one a battery for the other. They're both a battery for each other. They're both cryo units. They both, when you're ideally, like if you're pairing them together, you really want to use multiple skills per rotation with them most of the time. Yeah, as long as you're using multiple skills per rotation, they battery each other. You know, if you want to funnel particles to one or the other, would depend on the what your exact balance of ER on each unit is and whatnot.
Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons.
Surrender. Judgment is upon.
Really? How the heck did they get that far away from me?
Come at me again. You stay condemned.
I didn't get particles from that. Oh my god, I got particles to be clear from them dying. So it's fine in this case, but like, also... Really?
Sacrifice is ready.
Stop right there. Hands where I can see. Where do you think you are?
I use my abilities? Thank you. Okay, I am too used to using Thundering Fury. No, oh no, that's fine still in that case, okay. You die, bruh! Sino feels so bad compared to like every other DPS on this couch. Oh. This is the team, okay, with Toma to be clear, this is the team he feels the best in. I should have saved that. Whoops. Can you, like, stop getting interrupted for like half a second, dude? I should have just used Raiden. I'm not gonna clear this. Yeah, I'm not gonna clear this. Also, I just realized I forgot about C4 Chevreuse. Why you have no energy? Yeah, this is polearms only. Stop.
Solidify.
I have instructors going, but it's fine because what does it even matter? Oh, you already have cryo on you. Try to hit the first hit. Slam. No, let's just switch off. should be doing charge attacks, but whatever.
Overruled. Judgment. Hit. By ordinance divine. Unleash. Everlasting as the moon.
Why? I thought I could get the damage up for its shield. God, this enemy's so unfun to fight. That's all I can say.
Justice will prevail. No break.
Judgment is upon
Really? You just like actually take damage, please?
Fine. Some target practice. Raise the storm. Hands right to seal. Where do you think you're going?
through me. Justice is served.
Please.
Your penance is due.
Goodbye. But we'll
How you're not dead, bro. Oh my god.
Stay condemned. Your penance is due.
There is no escape. Justice will prevail. Drop your weapon.
Surrender. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Stay condemned.
Oh my god, bro, I just need to get through this one. Stop getting interrupted, Zyno. Oh my god, I should just use Raiden. Like, Jesus Christ. Also, they stole my energy. I forgot they steal energy from everyone. Oh, Christ almighty, these things are so dumb. I'm doing this to refund energy. Actually, does she even refund energy in this context? I don't even know. Oh my god, stop. Just let me... Bro, these enemies are so cringe. It's one thing with the interruption, like that's fine, but like the energy stealing of all your teammates, like I'm very fine with energy stealing mechanics for your on-fielder. Stealing from off-fielders is so not cool.
Transfixed.
Stabilize.
Yeah. Hit. Shiver. Chip. Chip. This is where overruled.
We'll wait till he gets his shield back.
Solidify.
Judgment.
You generate your shield, you cringe boy.
Punishment. Do your master's bidding.
Bro.
Manifest.
Don't get your shield, I swear to God. Bro, just go away. So unfun.
You asked for it. Final warning.
Please. Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ.
Nowhere to run. Judgment is upon
I should have just, like, to be, oh my. Toma would make the solution with Cyno fine. I'm of the opinion I shouldn't feel the need to do that. Yeah.
Transfixed.
stabilize.
Yeah. Lights out. Obey. Chip. Judgment. This is where overruled. By ordinance divine.
Oh, frick. I didn't melt it. Oh well. I failed to jump cancel, I think, is why that didn't melt. Okay.
Pay your dues.
Hands where I can see.
Really?
Some target practice. Right the storm! Where do you think you're going?
Really?
Judgment is upon you.
Whatever. It's fine.
Your penance is due. Guilty. Your penance is due.
Okay, fine. I'll just get through these buttholes relatively fast. All you need to do... Stop getting interrupted by that. Oh my god, it's so annoying. I thought I was out of the range of it. Like, you're doing no damage when you're not having. Oh my god, it just what? I'd use Raiden, but like I think Raiden's gonna do not much damage because of her very incorrect build. Like.
Remove all obstacles.
Yes, I could run a shielder, I know. But I need to run that team if I want to be able to clear the Baptist. Unless I do... I mean, I could do... I should just use Hu Tao. Hu Tao would be fine. Like I should have done Hu Tao instead of Raiden. Well, no, not instead of Raiden, because I need the double Electro, specifically. Hu Tao instead of... Well, no, Hu Tao and just Xiangling wouldn't even work, really. I don't even know.
Solidify.
Manifest. Lights out. Witness my rise. Transfix. You can't run. Unleash. Do your master's bidding.
Gather.
Should do some charge attacks if I can press the button properly.
Laid bare. You can't run. Punish me. Manifest.
Have your subscribers been fluctuating? No. Maybe Arlecchino should be second half? I mean, yes. But I can't do the melt team on the second half.
Judgment is upon you. Guilty.
I believe in Sino. Bro, how did you, like, no. You know what happened there? The dude zooped through me, and then somehow like, the overload triggered, like, after he was, like, past me, and then got knocked farther away from me after he zooped past me. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is definitely harder with the new list busting your word. Absolutely correct. Can I, like, not get interrupted for half a freaking second? Jesus Christ. Just...
Goodbye. But we'll...
Right. See, the problem I'm having here, right, is like...
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Can't really use Raiden and Xiangling. That's what. Yeah, fine. Okay. Do this. Needed to funnel energy. Oh no! Oh, I only got 2 skills out. Frick. Okay, I'm gonna rotate around them. I don't think I really needed to do that. Oh, I let my energy get sucked away. No. Frick. There we go. See? Wasn't hurt. Just had to, like, be slightly less terrible. That's why I knew it was doable. That's why I was stubborn with it. It wasn't even like when I did it properly, like, that was still 20 seconds to spare. I didn't even need to use Chevreuse burst there. I just did because I was sick of it. Sick of it! Blech. Can you clear with DPS Chevreuse? That DPS Chevreuse sort of actually probably helped there a little bit.
Unleash! By ordinance divine! My turn. This is where
I definitely should have done that after setting up some more cryo on them, but it's fine.
Stabilize.
I thought I was on Arlecchino.
you can't run! Punishment!
This is terrible.
Cryo incarnate! Manifest!
Gather.
I'm doing this slow on purpose. What? Die. Okay. Do this. Did you have to run away?
Solidify.
By ordinance divine! Everlasting as the moon!
There we go. I think that was like 600k I saw there, a flash of before it just ended. There we go. That's why I was doing that slow, because I wanted to save everything for a full setup. Alright. Problem. I don't have energy. It'll be fine, probably. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Now you shall perish!
Don't kill me. Jesus Christ.
Water!
Oops. Also, definitely should have started with the Chevreuse and like Shungling skill to get some of them energy up. My thinking originally was just, you know, get energy from Raiden, and that was not enough. Whoopsies. Hey, no. Brain, you gotta set up the crap. Alright.
Transfix! You can't run! Do your master's bidding! Unleash!
You are not going today.
Yeah! Shiver! This is where you fall. Laid bare. Yeah! Judgment! By ordinance divine! Manifest! Punishment!
Why are you over there, sir?
Solidify. I will have order.
No. What? There we go. I assign C2 R1 on that burst reliant playstyle. Suck the fun out real quick, indeed. Okay. Do this. Do that. Do this. Do this. Funnels and energy to you. Okay, we're fine.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Judgment is upon
Oh my god. Oh my god, I switched the sign on trying to get more application now, not get interrupted. Oh, Christ. Annihilate his shield. I didn't get it. That's slightly annoying.
Nice and spicy! Retribution! There is no escape! Drop your weapon!
your sins
There we
weigh
go.
upon your soul. Your penance is due.
Look at this. Sino finally out of time to shine. Clap, 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 clap. Good job, Sino. I feel like I'm no longer in the mood to try to clear this abyss without Sino. Or without Sino. That would not be that much of a problem, I don't think. But Sino's still useful in this abyss, to be clear. Without Arlecchino. What do I even, I guess, let's explore for a second. What do I even do. If I don't use Arlecchino, because my brain's in too much in. I don't think I need this anymore, but I'll lock it. My brain's been too much in Arlecchino mode recently. No, that I'm just kind of like, what do I even do, right? Well, I cleared. Wait, did I clear this abyss before Arlecchino released? No, because this abyss was new with Arlecchino's release. I think. So I think that, but with Rosaria on the proper build, obviously, and then realistically, it's just use the Sino team, right, for the second side, right? Again, like this team can clear the first half without a problem. I don't think I really need to do this. It's basically just remove Arlecchino, add Xiangling in, and then swap the other team to be a bit different. Then yeah, I could do Toma to make life easier on the second chamber, I think, or I could also do Hu Tao variations, right, as well. So I don't know. I don't think there's that much of interesting value of doing it without Arlecchino. I think it would be fine. I wasn't even really properly playing Arlecchino. I honestly think, like, let's use like an Arlecchino Chevreuse team on the second. Well, no, the problem is the Pyro Shield. Do I still? I mean, oh, okay, still, it'll be fine. Like if I do an Arlecchino Chevreuse team on the second side, so, and I'll have to throw in. It's not ideal, but I'll have to throw in Sino, just for, it's so dumb, just for the shield, right? But do something like that side, and then do, I don't know, just mono Pyro Hu Tao the first side, right? And I bet this abyss would be easier if I like actually do a, not just silly things with Arlecchino C6, right? Like, I don't know. I still don't know how to integrate Arlecchino C6 into a normal playstyle, but Berger Arlecchino doesn't really work on this account properly. I can do it if I need the element coverage, but honestly, it works even less now because there's more Pyro application from her C2, notably. The burst, I can, if there's a problem with her application, I can just not use, but like, yeah, this is like fine for element coverage, right? And gives me there's reasons to do that, right? Because like now I have more options for potentially the other side, right? Like because now I can do a Chevreuse team on the first side, right? So I could do, well, that doesn't have an Electro unit, but you get the point, right? I could do Chevreuse team on the first side, whatever. There's reasons to do it. There's enough team configurations I can conceive of using to clear this abyss. I was just kind of fapping about with shenanigans a little bit. Why is Xiao the only one that's not level 90? Because I think it's funny. That's why. Because I level 87'd him like very shortly after getting him, and did that at that time because it was like, okay, I have the hero's wits that I'm pretty sure we're safe. The logic at the time was like, I have the hero's wits, pretty sure we're safe to spend the hero's wits taking him up a little bit higher than level 80 just for that very minor base attack increase. But I wanted to make sure I left some hero's wits for like the likes of Zhongli and then Candace and like Sino all released back to back to back. And so I was like, okay, conserve resources a little bit, keep him at level, put him at level 87 out of 90, save some hero's wits. And then he's just forever stayed at 87 because I think it's funny. So, like, unironically, I think it also, the only reason for me to level 90 Mika is to have Mika level 90 and keep Xiao 87, because it makes Xiao being level 87 even funnier. So, yeah, put Mika 90, exactly, right? So, anywho's, I don't know, unless you guys really want to see, that, I think I'm not gonna do it any more Abyss, but let me know if you want to see more Abyss, I guess, with different teams. yeah, I don't know. I just think it's funny. There's literally no actual. There's basically, in hindsight, there's no real reason to even like. I took him to 87 because of the minor base attack increase, but I don't think there's any actual. It wasn't that functional of an increase that was relevant. And obviously, with how many heroes points I have, it would be. There's literally functionally zero cost to doing this for what is technically an extraordinarily minor benefit, but it's functionally free for my resource level in the account. But still, I think it's funny to have 87. So, you know, yeah, level everyone else to 90. So yeah, gotta level Mika to 90 at some point here. Once I'm done farming Whimsy artifacts, maybe I'll level Mika to 90, just to further cement Xiao as being on the bottom. Even though Xiao is not the worst character in the account. He's not the worst character in the account. It's definitely Mika. Mika deserves to be on the bottom, but it's funnier to put Xiao on the bottom. Especially with this. I hate it. Anywho's, Xiao did nothing, I think, other than Mihoyo screwing over Animo crit DPSs, but, you know. Anywho's, let's, I'm gonna turn off the chat on screen here for a second. And I'm gonna record the next section of the resin refreshing video live. So let me check here my folder. Don't you use them for swirl? Yes. And yeah, you're technically not wrong. Yes, it would be a tiny percentage of DPS increase. Double checking my recordings. All right, I started the resin refreshing on May 9th. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, wait, this is day 7? Oh, did I not move the files over? Wait, no. Did I not? Okay, frick. Did I not record yesterday doing the resin refreshing? Let me check my video history. No, I think I did. I have a file. I do have a file yesterday. Okay, I just didn't move it into the correct folder. Okay, yeah. There we go. So I've done 1 week so far of this resin refreshing stupidity. So you live viewers get to see some artifact content, RNG gambling content. Yay! This is day 8, I believe, of saying goodbye and being dumb, and I don't know, whatever you want to call this. Goodbye, a wish. But as normal, we gotta go use our condensed resin first for the day. I don't know why I'm manually scrolling all the way over here. Chat is locked right now. Yes. This part was definitely not recorded live. Alright. Is Wander or Beidou better? I don't want either, but I need C6 Farazon and a 73 pity with C4 Farazon. If you don't have Beidou yet, I would say Beidou. Personally, if you have Furina, actually. If you don't have Furina and you already have Yao Yao built, and you don't really need much more shielders, but like I have found a meaningful amount of use out of Beidou, especially after Furina's release. But you know, all right. Really? I hate this domain so much, bro. Die. Jesus.
Shine down.
Here's back. Fire it up.
Stop right there.
Good lord. Alright. Normal resin number 1 for the day. Give me my garbage. Thank you for my garbage. I appreciate it. I'm not looking for burning artifacts on this account. Alright. Do that. Oh, I killed one of them. And then one effed off because F this game. Bro, like, why?
There is no escape.
I hate this domain so much. Like, I really don't. I hate this domain. I hate this domain. And wow, okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks. This is what I needed more. This could have been great on the other set. I don't even know why. Why did I even bother blocking that one piece? I don't even, I already have like 3 40 CV pieces on the other one. No, let me use my burst. No, they're gonna shield it. Oh my freaking god! The goal with doing that, by the way, is to kill them like, as they're running, and then I don't have to like waste a bunch of time with their stupid shield. Ugh. How about a single wow? Okay, less wow. I don't think I ever need this, but I'll lock it, I guess. Well, this is a day for artifact farming. That be why you keep...
Witness my
I love it. I love it. Bro, frick off with your stupid shields. This frickin' domain, it's so miserable. No, Siege Wing does not use Bond of Life. I mean, okay. Sorry, she does, technically. So, like, if you're trying to meme Siege Wing build, yes. Oh. There's a chance. I would very much appreciate a timepiece that would actually make the feasibility. Oh, by the way, fun fact, for the live viewers, all of the good artifacts that I've gotten so far in doing, so the way I'm structuring this video is like comparing on a day-by-day basis. How about just use my normal resin and then use the primo gems in, right? So do like 150 primo gems, like equivalent of dailies and Welkin every day of resin. So 2 extra fragile resin per day functionally. And comparing what artifacts I get, every single one of the good artifacts I've gotten have been from the not primo gem resin. Which is good. I appreciate that. I think. I could be wrong if I mistracked something, but anywho's. Whoops, didn't mean to press that. Surely. Ah! I don't even have that much fodder. Well, hopefully, if I need to, I'll use 5-star fodder. Please? Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? I can't believe it. A little bit low rolls, but doesn't matter. Oh, that's a bit rough, but it's fine. It's going to recover at the end here. And let's go. A little bit low rolls and crit rate. It's a little bit sad starting with the 3.5 crit rate, but I can get rid of this stupid piece. It's obviously better than this dumb piece. Almost really cracked piece. Very good. Honestly, very good. So I'm at, what am I at? I mean, I'm at, so now in total I've gotten this cracked EM timepiece, this piece, which is, you know, just a slightly worse version of, a slightly worse attack percent version of this piece, basically. They look weirdly similar, just with 1 less crit damage roll. But that's a good timepiece. And timepieces are a pain in the butt. Like on this account, like, I think the only 40, what do I even have more than 140 CV attack percent timepiece in general? I don't think I do. I think the only 40 CV attack percent timepiece I have is this one. So I am not at all going to complain about one bad roll on that. Like, right? Like this is really high stat value. Like to be clear, right? If this HP roll was EM or flat attack even, would have been better, but like we're talking about pretty minor differences at the end of the day. And if I really need the EM, like if the EM is truly relevant, right, then I can just switch to an EM timepiece, is my thinking. So now at this point I have a properly really good flower, properly 2 good options for timepieces, and like timepieces are always like one of the most miserable pieces, and I have options for offset goblets, right? So now I just need, I mean, I have kind of, I have a usable circle in it. And now I just need feather, which makes the dream of actually having a decent, this makes the dream of having a decent whimsy set on Arlecchino by the end of this video a realistic possibility. And that's another absolute win for not Primo Gem resin, but let's go spend the Primo Gem resin. Yes, that's like, yeah, 33 crit value. So, and hey, on a Staff of Homa build, it's perfect. I might be a little bit heavy in crit rate rolls right now with a potential whimsy build, but I think that's fine. Because if I'm heavy in crit rate rolls, that actually like makes the possibility of like switching to an attack percent circlet even easier. It also makes, you know, using... Where is it? I don't know. Not down there, good lord. Something like this goblet more usable, right? And I don't know. Yeah, right now I have a little bit heavier crit rate, I'd say, in like all of my whimsy artifacts, but it's fine. I still need crit rate. Crit rate is honestly more desirable than crit damage for the most Arlecchino builds. Does artifacts even matter because he's C6? No, basically. You are correct. But what the f else am I gonna do with my resin on this count? Yeah, I can see what the stats look like in a second. Make a lava walker set. I mean, I could, but eh. Why? I personally think, like, I think it's very lame having a, this 2-piece Arlecchino build, I think is something like top 13% on Akasha. And I'm sorry. If you're dedicated enough like I am to, like, grind 60 hours to get C6 Arlecchino like I did, even if you, like, spend money for it, right? If you're trying to say you're that dedicated to Arlecchino, and you don't spend the next 3 months farming good artifacts for her, like to be clear, if you have like a really good gladiators or Shimenawas with C2 build for her, you know, that qualifies. You don't have to, I'm not saying you have to farm more, but what kind of person goes for C6 and then it's just like, my top 13% build is fine? No, I refuse. Run away. I need you to do the running at... Jesus Christ. I need to figure out a way to get them to... I need to mark them with a skill. And then... Like, please. For the... No. Only one of them. I need them... I hate this so much. No. Okay. We're gonna troubleshoot. I hate... I need to figure out a way for these not to be a pain in the butt. It's so annoying. Also, I don't have any... I don't have my ult up. Freaking Jesus. Christ. Okay. Whatever. The problem is I need to, like, get the skill mark on them and rush between them, right? Like, I know I can get them to run, I think, at the start. But I need to get the skill mark on them. So, like, can I... stand back here, get the mark, and then, okay, maybe it's just something like that. Just like stand a little back, use the skill, and if they consistently do that and I have my burst up, I can just burst while they're running, right? Obviously, in this case, I didn't have my burst up, but...
Shine down.
Try it next. Use Zhongli instead of Toma? No. Alright, Primo Gem's in number 1. Thanks. Appreciate it, game.
Witness my
Yes! Get wrecked!
There is no
I think I figured it out, finally. I mean, yeah. Bye, Saluna. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for the 2 CAD. Bad goldfish. That's like 10 cents in American dollars. Hopefully you appreciate that joke. It's not actually true. I don't... Okay. I'm listening. I would actually prefer an attack percent circlet, but I'm listening. Also would be slightly unfortunate. This might be the first W for the Primo Gems in. But I'll try this piece because, like, I don't know, maybe it's a... If it's 40 CV, it might compete with... I don't know. I have a 35 CV flower already that has 2 rolls of attack percent. I'm pretty sure the stat value of, like, having those 2 attack percent rolls, even if this rolls 40 CV, makes my existing one better. But I'll try it, right? Yas, yas. Okay, just need to like dash a couple times backwards. Yeah, get wrecked. Oh, okay. I'm so happy I found that. Okay. I don't know if someone suggested that in the chat or not, or if I thought about it on my own. But you would have thought I would have thought about that before after doing this for a week straight, but I hadn't. So I don't know. I'll just say credit to chat for it. At the very minimum, inspiring my brain to actually think. Last Primo Gems in for the day, and yeah, wow. I'm not even bothering with this piece. Not with a min roll. Alright, problem with getting this many good artifacts in a day is I don't necessarily have that much fodder left, but it's fine. Alright, check this real quick. Goodbye. Yep, goodbye. Please roll attack percent? Oh, I forgot. I had... Never mind. The fodder problem is not real, because... Oh, frick, not that. Good lord. The fodder problem is not real, because I have this. So, I forgot about that. Alright. Oh, also, I have the old crit damage circlet. Like, this... Well, I don't know. I'm only going to feed the old crit damage circlet once I, like... I think I'd get a better one, which this might be. Attack percent, please, Orium. Oh! Okay. Let's go. I honestly think I'd be comfortable feeding this piece in, but I don't need to, so I'm not going to feed the old circlet in because there's not really a reason to. It's unlikely this is worse than my old circlet, but I'm not going to use this timepiece, so I may as well throw the timepiece away, right? It's not worse. It's not worse. It's not worse. Okay. I mean, it has more flat attack and attack percent. It's definitely meaningfully better. Like, that attack percent roll makes this quite a lot better. And that flat attack is probably close to equivalent to an attack percent roll. If that flat attack had been 2 attack percent rolls, I'd say absolutely fantastic circlet. But yeah. I don't need this anymore, at least. So the problem is, all right. You know what? This was since this is live chat. Decide, does this count as a W? Because this is from what I recall. This could be considered the first win for the Primo Gem resin. Does this count as a win for Primo Gems in? Yes, no. That's the important aspect. I need to know if this counts as a win for the video for the Primo Gem resin. It's definitely a better artifact than I had before. But it also rolled poorly enough that I don't know if it counts as a win. Compared to like this rolled really well. This rolled really well. Obviously this rolled really well. So like those were all wins for the non-Primo Gems in. Because they rolled so well. But this didn't actually roll that well. I think it's still a win. Probably. Because it's definitely an upgrade. But boy is it not that huge of one. 0.4% more crit rate, and like I don't. Let's compare what the build looks like now. I guess right if we switch to this. My feather situation is a bit sad, but it's fine. And then, you know, use the old circlet, right? We go from 2500 attack. That's actually very respectable. This is actually now at a point where I think the Whimsy build, like before, when I started the Primo Gem, when I started this resin refresh video, the build I had available before on Whimsy was not better than 2-piece. I think this might actually be better than 2-piece now. So that's something with the particularly with that attack percent circlet we got today, or timepiece. Sorry, not circlet. And then if we switch to this, we get like an additional 50 attack, right? And then a tiny bit more crit rate. So like, functionally, what I gained was another 50 attack. Is definitely an improvement. It's an improvement. All right, chat has voted 60% yes. This counts as a win for Primo Gem resin. So there we go. I suppose that ends day 8 of Primo Gem resin because. But hey, you know we got a win. This is a good day though. We got a win for attack percent. Or sorry, brain. We got a win for normal resin and a win for Primo Gem resin. And I have, I think, a usable Whimsy build now with that timepiece in particular. So that's something. And I even have 2 options for feathers. Like this feather is technically better if I wanted to do, you know, reaction shenanigans, right? Although it is a little bit sad to go under 200 crit damage. So I don't know how I feel about that. But hey, you know what? We're like change this feather into, you know, one of these feathers. And bam, basically an ideal build. And I've got 6 more days. There's 6 more days left of this, and I might end up with an actually really good Whimsy build. I don't know. I guess I'll leave this on her quick, and we'll see what the ranking actually is if we check what this is on Akasha. This build is already good, and like yeah, it's already good. It probably gets more damage in this team. It is almost exactly the same, yes. Like it's a very side grade piece. Like it's technically an upgrade. It's technically an upgrade. The set, like if that flat HP was in attack percent or even flat attack, honestly, I'd be like, you know what, is fine. But hey, it's you know it's good enough. It's better. It's an improvement. It's more stat value. The one didn't run at me.
Go on, witness my rise.
Okay, there we go.
Transfix. There is no escape. I got you covered. Final warning.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit better. Not absurdly necessarily, but I'm pretty sure I was hitting, you know, like 170k in the same circumstances before. Versus, like, you know, this domain is buffing based on the Bond of Life shenanigans too, to be clear. But I'm just comparing known numbers that I've seen before. So, you know, I think it's a usable build properly now. Versus before the crit rate was low enough, like, I don't remember exactly what the original Whimsy build looked like, because I've thrown away a bunch of the original artifacts. But the original build at the start of the resin refreshing video here was not better. It was just not better, right? Particularly when you factor in the weird downtime issues with keeping the Bond of Life stacks up. So yeah, I might actually keep her on this build now. Wild. All right, let's see what I have her on display right in here. Let's see what, so anyone that doesn't know what Akasha is, it's just like it's a ranking system for artifacts for character builds. And it's useful as a comparative tool to see how sometimes other stats are relevant, like seeing how like relevant an attack percent goblet are. Because like if you look at the top 100 Arlecchino builds and you see some of those Arlecchino builds are using the attack percent goblet, that should tell you that an attack percent goblet is quite good on her, right? But if you look in, you know, whatever, so like you can use it, it can be a useful tool, but mostly it's just like it's just a website comparing how lucky you are or how much time you have put into, or how much resin you have put in, right? It's a measure of how much resin you have put in as far as like statistical averages goes, to a domain, or how lucky you are. Combination of both. So it's not really, I'm saying this because it's not really something that I think is necessarily that healthy to like constantly be obsessed with or anything. I just think it's a fun comparative tool, particularly in cases where there's new domains like this, right? Wherein you can see how like how an Arlecchino build like this one, which is not insane, like this is a good piece, this is a good piece, this is relatable, this is obviously very good, and then this is not bad but still pretty relatable, right? But like how much, like how does this compare then though to all the gladiators, right? Like how does this compare to the gladiator set on my Arlecchino on my main account, right? Like, I have a top 1% Arlecchino right now on my main account with gladiators. So like how much worse can this set, the interesting question in the case of like this domain is like how much worse can this set be while like matching gladiator sets that are higher stat value, right? Yeah, I agree, Akasha needs more leaderboards. They need like there's no Candace leaderboards, so honestly Akasha's kind of garbage. So oh wow, my old Arlecchino has fallen a lot. She was originally like top 13%. She's like top 35% now. Woof. That was like at like the start of the banner. So here, let me try to bring up the browser window. Blam. Oh, that's not quite properly looking. There we go. Okay, so this is my main account. This is the wrong one, but my polearm account is over here. So currently Arlecchino, for her previous 2-piece build, I think, yeah, this was her previous 2-piece build. Okay, sorry. The reason she dropped to top 35% was because I switched to an attack percent circlet, so that's not quite a good comparison. But we will compare to my main account Arlecchino, who is a top 1% Arlecchino. Right? This is a very good Arlecchino build. So let's see what if we refresh this. And she jumped to top 11%, which is not actually that big of a jump, to be completely honest. It's an increase. It's something. But you can see, you know, in the same exact context, this 2950 build is my gladiator build on my main account. This is assuming like if I had the same artifacts on my main account on polearms only as I had on my main account, right? I would have a 98.6 187 crit ratio, and is a bit better, right? But how much better? Like if we look at the damage here, for example, as far as like the difference between a top 1% versus a top 11% build, right? All we need to do is some simple math. Which will just, so we'll say, depends on which one you divide by which, to be clear. So you could, depending on what you want to say is better or worse. So we'll see how much worse this is than the other one. So I'm going to divide it by the larger. 1,096,743. Divided by 1,156,074. It is about 5% worse, right? So, yes, this build, right, like my top 1% Arlecchino is like just evaluated in the artifact quality, right? Compared to this top 11% Arlecchino is a difference of 10% as far as leaderboards go, but the actual difference in damage as far as like how Arlecchino's damage is performing in game is 5%. right? Right? Assuming like the same situation. So this is definitely now, I think, the best generic Arlecchino build I can have, which is cool. I have now properly have a usable build, I would say, on this set. I personally would like a little bit more crit rate than this, but it's fine. It's completely usable. So no, I do not have to do with that C6. I'm not really a C6er. The reason I C6 Arlecchino on polearms-only was due to the uniqueness of polearms-only and the sequence of dumb decisions and the fact that there was a dream and then the dream became real. So anyways, yeah, 35% to 11% is not quite correct though. To actually properly compare, I'll switch back here quick, and then we'll see. We'll have to wait a minute for it to update. But let me switch back to the two-piece that I was using before, and we will see without the attack percent, because the attack percent circlet for the way that Akasha is not calculating C6, right? Akasha is calculating a C0 Arlecchino. With whatever categories of weapons that they have, I think. It might be calculating a C1 Arlecchino, but normally they do C0, right? Sometimes they have categories that do C1. Like Raiden, I think, has a category that does C2 Raiden calcs, because she's that different of a character with C2, as far as a carry goes. But anyways, if I put this circlet on her instead of this circlet, I think she should be a bit higher than top 35% for the Akasha leaderboards, even though in my context, because of C6, the attack percent circlet is better, right? Because Akasha isn't ranking assuming C6. So yeah, it's 200 CV. It's more than a good enough build. It's honestly a good enough build that if I wasn't insane, I would just be done at this point. But I'm gonna finish the video idea of doing it's 13 days of resin refreshing. And the reason I'm doing 13 days is because of the top up to balance out this top up. Basically, I'm throwing in away equivalent number of primo gems as was given to me, right? That's all I'm doing. And I'm making a video out of it too, so you know, still getting some value out of it for the content and seeing what we end up with. But it's funny to me though, like if you deleted all the artifacts that I have gotten from primo gem resin, the only thing that would have been lost so far is this crit damage circlet. And that would have been perfectly fine. Like, the difference between these two circlets is not that significant. So, anywho's. River Sky, first time your live stream. I love your vids. Thanks for joining. We're just doing stuff on polearms-only right now. Let me, how much CV do you think so you stop farming for a character? I mean, I don't know. It depends on your own. Like, my own standards is, like, usually... If I see a path to improvement that it seems feasible, I will seek it. So for example, like, and I go by stat value on pieces, right? So for example, like flowers and feathers, I have pretty high standards as far as like stat value goes on polearms-only in particular, because I tend to invest a lot more in artifacts and build quality. But I'd say my stopping point for feathers and flowers is 6 lines of stat value at minimum. So in the case of like this piece, this is stat value wise. I'm not the flat attack has some value, but it's not like at best I would rationalize that flat attack is like half of a line of stat value, but in this case it's like 1/3 of the value of one attack percent roll. It's not really relevant, so I'm not going to qualify flat attack in this case, even though it's not useless. But anyways, 3 attack percent rolls, 2 crit damage rolls. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 attack percent rolls. This is 7 lines of stat value, right? So if this piece had rolled, instead of that 1 roll and attack percent, rolled flat attack, I would consider that 6 lines of stat value with a small bonus of the attack on top of that. And like the only way I could feasibly see this piece being better is either getting a 4-line piece that has an additional roll into attack percent or crit damage, or having a piece that is attack percent, crit damage, crit rate, EM, right? Like that is a point, but that's like such a specific artifact that has that artifacts that either have to roll so well, or have very specific stats, like have the perfect stats for a piece that's just like not relevant, right? It's not that relevant. The difference between this piece, which has 7 lines of very relevant stats for her, 7 rolls, sorry, of really relevant stats, versus the version of this piece that was a 4-line that had EM instead of flat attack here, and had an additional roll into whatever line. Like, it wouldn't even matter in that case, right? Like, getting that theoretically perfect artifact is not feasible enough for it to be worthwhile to me, right? But this 6 or 7 lines, like 6 lines of staff is kind of my minimum, which is where your like 30 CV pieces, plus an additional attack percent roll, in Arlecchino's case, tend to sit at. So compared to like these feathers, this has 1, 2, 3 rolls of crit damage, 2 lines of attack percent. This is actually 5 lines of stat value. It's not a terrible artifact, but it is not to my standards, right? And if this like flat HP here was EM, I would probably keep it forever. Like if this flat HP was 60 EM, it'd be really good. Like, this is actually a weird piece that is actually meets my stat value. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines of stat value, because this was a 4-line piece, I think. It had 2 rolls into, it had 1 roll of crit damage, 2 rolls into EM, 2 rolls into attack percent, and then 1 into flat HP, which is unfortunate. So this actually has very high stat value, but the problem I have with this piece is that there's also low rolls and high rolls in Genshin. So this has 8% attack, right? Versus, like the 10.5, or sorry, right here, the 10.5% attack. So it's a bit, there's some difference in like roll values as far as high rolls versus low rolls. And this piece actually had 2 minimum rolls into attack percent. I think it had a minimum roll into a maximum roll of crit damage that actually averaged out okay. And then it had, I think, low rolls on EM too. So like the lower roll value on this piece makes it a little bit eh. And also the problem with this piece is that oftentimes, like in this overload team, Arlecchino is not the one triggering overloads. Raiden is the one triggering overloads. So EM does nothing for Arlecchino in this team. But for Arlecchino in like with Candace, or when I'm doing the melt stuff like I was doing earlier, and then this feather, if I'm using the Whimsy set, is definitely better than this piece. But in some contexts it's not, and that's my main problem, right? Other than that, it actually is good enough. It just looks bad because of the low roll value and whatever. So anywho's, at this point, getting, a feather that's similar in roll value like to this piece, like ideally just double crit attack percent, can have 1 bad roll or whatever, and it depends if it's 4-line or 3-line, is kind of my stopping point for this build now. And then I would like an attack percent circlet as an option, just because I do have C6, because that'd be fun. So, I might continue farming for an attack percent circlet that's a double crit, something like this piece. But it's fine. She gets the wings at C6. The little wings are to indicate the C6 buff is active. So, for most people, if you've played the game a while, and you have a lot of gladiator effects, right? Like, if this was a normal account where I've been leveling up more characters than I level up on polearms-only, I would end up having more gladiators artifacts. But gladiators was never relevant enough to like strongbox before. It was never relevant, and I got less artifacts in general because less characters being leveled up on this account compared to a normal account over the same amount of time. And the end result of that is that I never really got that many gladiators pieces. If by the end of this 2 weeks I had ended up with not very good Whimsy artifacts, like now I think I have good enough Whimsy artifacts, I'm not going to bother strongboxing for gladiators. But like you can see, I've gotten some good gladiators pieces. I actually got this recently, so I actually have the ability to do 4-piece gladiators now, but it's not a very good 4-piece glad, and it's definitely worse than what I have available for. I have some good circlets. It's definitely worse than what I have available for other options on her at this point. But anywho, so let's go see what this. So this build obviously is 2-piece attack, so much worse set bonus wise, but has much more crit value is basically the functional difference. Let's see what Akasha says. So it should be less. I don't think it'll be that close. Yeah, see, that's much more understandable. So the previous build was top 18% with 2-piece, and now it is top 11%. Right, that's a meaningful increase. Right, we went from, let's see, like we're looking at the second one here, 1,068,000 to it was like 1.1 million about, right, which is a few percentage more, but hey, that's more, right? Oh, did I actually not make it appear? Oh no, I just minimized it. It's fine, right? Oh, I didn't even realize it does that. Nice. If I minimize the window, it actually minimizes in OBS. All right, Blame. Top 1% Strong Link. Yeah, I know. Strong Link is ridiculously cracked. This is an absolutely disgusting Strong Link. Anywho's, so flower and feather 6+. That's my standard, to be clear. But I think I have very high standards, particularly on this account. For a really good piece. And then yeah, for Sands and Goblet, it's just there's so much more RNG on Goblet and Sands and Circlets actually, that it's harder. For Circlets, I'd say the main thing to keep in mind is don't undervalue the non-crit rolls on Circlets. Because the majority of the crit value you get from your Circlet is in the main stat of the Circlet. So the overall crit value of your build doesn't change that significantly when you have, 7% crit rate on your Circlet versus 13% crit rate, right? Like yes, I would have preferred crit rate rolls instead of the flat attack or flat HP rolls, duh. But and they are very good, and having a bunch of crit rate on your Circlet, like some piece like this piece, is really nice for helping balance out your stats, and it gives you, having a bunch of crit rate on a crit damage Circlet gives me less need for having crit rate stats elsewhere. It can make it easier to balance build. But I think people tend to highly undervalue the non-crit stats in Circlets a lot, and especially when Circlets have more RNG in the fact that they only have one crit substat, which means like a lot of people end up being like praying for that 1 in 4 roll on crit. But like what you should be doing is looking for Circlets like this one where it has 2 good stats, right? Because this way, this Circlet is the equivalent of like hoping for good rolls when it's upgrading, like a normal feather or flower with double crit is, right? Or whatever. So every upgrade roll, you have a 50% chance of getting a good stat, rather than hoping for the 1 in 4. Like, don't overvalue the crit substat in crit Circlets, in my opinion. So Circlets are even more important than other pieces to value by stat value. So this piece, being that the 50 flat attack is equivalent to 1 attack percent, it's rolled enough into flat attack that I would consider that an equivalent, an additional line of value. So I would consider this 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of stat value for a Circlet. I would generally prefer something slightly better than that, but 5 lines of stat value for a Circlet is fine, right? So like literally if this flat HP had gone crit or attack percent, it'd be like Circlet is almost assuredly never being replaced on her, other than an attack percent Circlet in my case, but that's a C6 thing. That makes it better, to be clear. It's still worth considering if you have a really good attack percent Circlet. And timepieces are kind of a similar thing. Like I think 5 lines of stat value is good, but again, don't undervalue the circumstances of pieces that roll heavily into EM or whatever, right? Can be very valuable still. In the case of Arlecchino, she mostly just cares about attack and crit rate, crit damage, but there are a lot of teams that she does want a good chunk of EM. And for build universality, I think I prefer attack percent Circlet on her, and then EM substats. So the theoretical ideal I would have, if I was going to fix this Whimsy build, would be like by changing stats, but not like getting additional crit rolls or anything. Change this flat attack to EM, change this HP percent to EM, and get a better feather. And there we go. My Arlecchino build's perfect, right? Is what I would basically consider it. Perfect as far as universality, even though the EM, like if she had 100 EM for overload, that's not really relevant because she's not triggering overloads, but that would make it a universal build for when I want to use her for vape and I don't have to change her artifacts, which I like. That's part of why I farm as much as I do to an extent, is like the better build I have, the less need I feel to tweak the build for slightly different situations, right? And I'll also consider sometimes using this attack percent Goblet on her, but which you should definitely consider attack percent Goblet if you have a good attack percent Goblet versus a Pyro Goblet. For me, I have a very similar attack percent Goblet versus Pyro Goblet available. It's just a difference of, do I need more crit rate versus needing more crit damage? And right now, with the feather I have on Whimsy, the crit rate Goblet I think is definitely better. Heavier crit rate Goblet. But if I get, a feather that actually has crit rate, if we pretend those flat HP rolls are crit rate on it, then I would probably actually be using the attack percent Goblet, I think. But anyways. Didn't your attack go up by about 50 when you switch Circlets? So yeah, that 50 flat attack is the same. Yeah. You are correct. That's actually one nice thing that we saw from from having these two circlets was that on Arlecchino with you can do the math yourself easily too. To be clear, you just multiply out the whatever your Arlecchino's base attack is, right? So mine is 1016. That'd be the same base attack if you had a Jade Spear, and multiply that out by whatever attack percent roll is. So like a 5.3% attack percent roll. And 0.053 times 1016 is 53. So a 5.3 attack percent roll is equivalent to 53 flat attack. So, this flat attack is equivalent to attack percent. But that is 2 rolls that could have been attack percent. Instead is 2 rolls that went into flat attack. So, 3 rolls of flat attack equals 1 roll of attack percent is a bit of a bummer, right? Right. But it's fine. It's not that bad. It's not the difference maker between clearing content, right? And that's the important thing to keep in mind. I just do this because it's I do get enjoyment out of farming artifacts. I get a little bit of dopamine from when I get a good artifact or whatever, so it's enjoyable for me. But if it's not enjoyable for you, then lower your standards a little bit and you'll probably be fine, right? Crit rate or crit damage circle on a Hu Tao most of the time. I mean, it depends on what weapon you have, but if you're using Homa, definitely crit rate. Unless you're doing March Say Hunters with Furina, or like I do with Chevreuse, actually. But if you're using a crit rate weapon, particularly like Deathmatch, which gives a decent bit of crit rate, it's a little bit harder with Jade Spear because it gives less crit rate, but she's a crit damage ascending character, right? So the chances that you need a crit rate circlet is substantially higher on her. So like if I wasn't doing Marsh, let's say shenanigans, 100% would be using a crit rate circlet, right? So generally speaking, Hu Taos tend to need crit rate circlets more, but it depends. Anywho's, you got a green weapon, nice. Is there a case where flat stats are better than percentage stats? No, except, well, the main case where flat stats are better than percentage stats is when you can't get the right. So like this piece, you can't get attack percent on an attack percent main stat. So technically, flat attack is an ideal substat to have like on a perfect timepiece for Arlecchino would be a 4-line crit rate, crit damage, high rolls with EM and flat attack. Like flat attack would technically be part of the perfect Arlecchino build if you're trying to like make things perfect. But that's not better than attack percent. It's just that attack percent is not possible as a substat on an attack percent main stat, right? So generally no. Because if a character cares about attack percent should basically always give them more. But there is context, like, right, like let's go to a low base attack character, and like because depending on like how low a character's base attack is and how low base attack the weapon they're using is, like let's say Deathmatch, right? Deathmatch is 554 base attack, and Yao Yao has, what is even Yao Yao have? Well, let's just see what it is with Deathmatch. So Yao Yao compared to like Arlecchino, who has 1000 base attack, right? Has 667 attack here. So we do 667 times the 5.3, 0.053, 5.3%. That's 5.3% attack. On Yao Yao, that attack percent roll is equivalent to 35 flat attack, right? Which means flat attack rolls, 2 flat attack roll, it would take, well actually it would take 2 low flat attack rolls to be equivalent to 1 attack percent roll on Yao Yao, right? Now, the attack percent isn't that relevant on Yao Yao, to be clear, but you get the point, right? When you have low base attack weapon combined with low base attack character, the value of attack percent rolls go down. So that means the value of flat attack does not change because it's a flat bonus. So the relative values change, but still, attack percent, even a minimum attack percent roll, right? Is 4.1%, 0.041 times the 667 of Yao Yao is 27 attack for Yao Yao, right? Whereas I think a maximum roll of flat attack, what is the maximum roll of flat attack? I think it's like a 20. Do I have, 19 might be the maximum. Here, actually, I can just sort by attack. Let's go to on-level artifacts. 19, 19, 19. Yeah, 19 might be the max flat attack roll. I'm not 100% sure. Is it not? Is it not? Oh, no, defense I think is higher. So 14 is, I think 14 is min roll flat attack. It's not really that important to know what the min rolls for flat rolls are that much. But yeah, I think 19 is the max roll, right? So a minimum roll attack percent on Yao Yao in this case, with a low base attack weapon and a lower base attack characters. 27 flat attack from a minimum attack percent roll of 4.1% attack, compared to a maximum flat attack roll is still less, right? It's still less, even in kind of like a best case scenario for flat attack. But that is still a scenario it's like worth being aware of, because in this context, like if you're using, you know, is there a DPS unit that actually you would use deathmatch on that has lower base attack? But in this context, right, that does mean like you shouldn't be that sad about a flat attack roll on my Yao Yao if Yao Yao was attack scaling, right? If Yao Yao was attack scaling, you shouldn't be that sad about an flat attack roll, that's especially as a high roll, because that means a flat attack roll is like, you know, more than 50% of the value of a attack percent roll, versus for my what did I do that for? Versus for my Arlecchino, a flat attack roll is 1/3 of the attack percent roll that I could have gotten, right? For that circlet there. What is your base? I think your base attack is actually pretty low. So, you know, Rosaria is actually a good example, because Rosaria is a character you quite often would actually consider using deathmatch on, right? So Rosaria only has 694 base attack. That's very close to the same, slightly more than what Yao Yao has. So in her case, right, the relative value of flat attack compared to attack percent is actually not crazily different, to the point that like you do get more value from flat attack on Rosaria versus the value you get on Arlecchino with a high base attack weapon and her higher base attack as a character. So it's something that people ignore sometimes, in that the flat stats can oftentimes be the difference maker in what makes one artifact better than another, right? And that's why they're worth looking at, right? But it's not usually worth caring that much. So, oh, did I check? Oh no, I finished checking Akasha, right? Yes, I finished checking Akasha. Okay. I've gone on for 4 hours somehow with the stream, by the way. I just kind of rolled. Green weapon better with her with Rosaria? I mean, sure, but that wasn't my point. My point wasn't checking all the weapons and whatever. Yes, if you have a higher base attack weapon, that increases the value of attack percent rolls. My point was trying to check like the worst case scenario, and like often as you're using Rosaria, deathmatch is a very good choice for her. But you know, that does change the relative values of attack and percent and flat attack. So, anyways. Yep. And that's all I got for this stream. I've been going for 4 hours. This is longer than I intended. I thought it was going to be like a 2-hour stream. Such is my brain. I suppose. So, bye-bye. Probably not streaming tomorrow in favor of trying to record that Beidou video. My intention for today is to finish editing a Rambly video, which also showcases and gets 1 million damage on Arlecchino on polearm-only. So, you know, that I might experiment, if I get that done editing-wise tonight, I might experiment with publishing that video tomorrow on a Friday instead of on Saturday. And then the Beidou video is hopefully Sunday. But I don't know. I've also still got to, it's so tedious work to go through my account fixing submission form. I got to do that too. So again, if you want me to fix your account and you submit into that form, keep an eye out for your Discord DMs or email, whatever. But bye-bye. Thanks for joining. Did you do more exploration since the last time you were mad about the bubble puzzle? Yes, I did. I figured out the bubble puzzles. They're I still think they're really bad, like visually indicated wise. So I stand by what my initial reaction was to them. Basically, I understand how to do them now. They're fine. But like they're emblematic of MiHoYo's problem in how they design some of their things and how they fail to indicate to the player properly and overly rely on their stupid tutorial system, which oftentimes itself is overly wordy and doesn't even tell how things function properly, even if the players do read it. So, yeah, I stand by my opinion on the stupid bubble puzzle.